Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. We'll begin our City Council study session on equity framework, an approach to achieving better outcomes for all. This is the second in a two-part study session, but I think most importantly, this is just the beginning of what we know is an awful lot of work ahead as we attempt to integrate much of this thinking into our everyday work. And on that subject, Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity. And I think today we're moving from the why that we talked about in the first session into the what and how, and really specifically using the model of normalizing, organizing, and operationalizing. I did want to acknowledge that we have our GARE members in the audience today. I mentioned this at the first study session, but when I first became city manager, I went out and did a lot of listening, and heard a lot from our community around race and equity, and I learned a lot. And I realized that if we really wanted to serve our community, we need to do more listening and more learning. So when staff came to me and asked if we could engage with GARE, which is the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, I really knew it was the right thing to do because we needed to build our organizational capacity. And so that was 2 years ago, 2018. We've been involved with GARE for 2 years. And I'd just like to acknowledge the work of our GARE members. If you're in the audience, could you just stand up and appreciate the work that you've done? So thanks, you guys. Clearly, equity is part of what we already do, and this really must be acknowledged for us to be credible. But this work evolves and changes over time, and I will tell you from my perspective, our approach has been fragmented and not necessarily holistic. And so I think what we're after here is a shared understanding of definitions, a shared approach to analysis and historical context, and that will serve really as our basis for moving forward. And that's really where we're going to get into the how today. And so for us, it's really about learning and listening, asking questions on why things are the way they are, and finding solutions that make things better for all of our community. I did want to also thank the core team that's been working on this. Really to get ready between session 1 and 2 meant a lot of work over the holiday break. So I appreciate that and all the outreach you've done to other agencies to kind of help frame our conversation today. I really think today's session will position us well for meaningful discussion, and I'll pass it off to Angel.
All right, thank you, Dave. Thank you for opening the session, and thank you for your leadership. I'd also like to acknowledge the willingness of the mayor, city council, and city staff for engaging in courageous conversations about equity. For both study sessions, we've aimed at creating a learning environment for us all, one that provides context, grounds us in history, shared terminology, and a general framework. We, the administration, don't have all the answers, but are eager to acquire new knowledge and skills that will support our ability to serve the public and ensure better outcomes for everyone. In the first study session, we were joined by 2 national experts in equity work within local government, Julie Nelson with Race Forward and Leon Andrews with the National League of Cities, as well as Dr. Stephen Pitty from Yale University. They provided a context-rich presentation and focused on why equity work matters. As Dave mentioned, for the second study session, we will be focusing on how we carry out the work. First, we'll deliver a short refresher of study session 1. We'll then provide some examples of how the work is carried out, and then finally, the steps required to conduct an equity review and analysis. We are joined today by another expert who has already spent time with city colleagues, 2 years with the GARE cohort, and 2 training sessions with senior and executive staff. A little bit about Dwayne Marsh. He recently completed a 4-year term as Deputy Director of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, GARE, and Vice President of Institutional and Sectoral Change at Race Forward. During his tenure, the membership network of local, regional, and state entities committed to advancing racial equity grew from just over 20 to nearly 200 participating jurisdictions. Prior to GARE, Marsh spent 6 years as a senior advisor in the Office of Economic Resilience, OER, at the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. There, he helped advance sustainable planning and development through interagency partnerships, departmental transformation, and funding initiatives. He was principal coordinator for a $250 million grant program, and under his leadership, OER prioritized equity as a foundational principle for its planning and investment initiatives. Before HUD, Marsh spent a decade at PolicyLink and 8 years at Faith's initiative at the San Francisco Foundation. Marsh brings his expertise and considerable experience coalition building for regional equity and leadership development for policy change. He provides technical assistance and capacity building knowledge to equitable development initiatives that address continuing disparities in affordable housing, transportation investment, and environmental justice. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Dwayne Marsh.
Great, thank you, Angel. And every time I hear that, I think to myself, I need to shorten that bio, so apologies for that. I just want to say, though, it is important when you are speaking on these issues to understand the person who's speaking to you in their racial equity story. So you read the bio, but I think what you should know about me most directly is I grew up in this work. I was surrounded by family members and colleagues who I thought were family who were committed to social justice, and I just thought this is the work that people do. And I spent a lot of time in chambers like this and conversations like this in the 1970s. And went off to college and recognized this isn't always the work that people do, but decided to stay committed to that work, which led to the path you heard here. So if you say I've been taking on hard challenges, moving obstacles for most of my life, it's true, and that's part of what brings me to this conversation and attracts me to work with the city of San Jose. Now, my job is in about 15 minutes just to remind you guys of what led you to this conversation so that as you hear from your colleagues in the city, you actually have a sense of the frame in which they're doing that work, and then we'll look at the how they unpack that work. So just want to remind us of those objectives, really this notion of the power and the potential that's inherent in using a racial equity review and analysis. And so we're going to talk about that this afternoon. So the thing to remember, any conversation that we have that talks about issues of equity and I think by direction race, we should have some learning agreements because this can be an uncomfortable topic. And if we're in a shared learning environment, we have a better chance of being able to have productive conversation. And so just want to remind us of the things that we usually use as our learning agreements and hope that the council is comfortable with these as those agreements. One is take space, make space, which simply just means that if you're somebody who has lots of thoughts in a conversation like this, and by the end we've heard them all, maybe you back up and make space for others to share their perspective as well. And if you're someone who actually doesn't like to share but has lots of thoughts, participate. The conversation is richer if we're all involved. Anticipate discomfort. As I've mentioned, race can be an uncomfortable topic at times, and sometimes we feel like we shouldn't be discussing it, but really the discomfort can be a learning edge, which helps us to understand difficult challenges and structures we have to get through and improve if we want to see different outcomes in our communities. So discomfort is something that we might experience, may not be a bad thing. You mentioned the courageous conversation, Angel, building and maintaining brave space. The act of being in the public sector and being in the public space and talking about race and talking about equity is a courageous act. So have that spirit as you're in the conversation. This is a collaborative effort to figure out how we move the city of San Jose forward. One conversation won't be an issue here, but usually when we're in conversations in small groups, we come back together. We want to make sure we're listening to the person who has the floor. And I'd say don't expect closure, expect commitment. Everybody's here as an expression of their commitment to these issues. They're complicated issues. 90 minutes, 180 minutes isn't going to resolve them, but they can move us forward. So with the council's permission to use these as our learning agreements, I'll dive in. So mentioned earlier here this notion of normalizing, operationalizing, and organizing. And this is, in fact, the national framework we've seen has been effective in the public sector for how you start to move progress and change outcomes in people's lives around the issues of equity. And by normalize, of course, we mean building a shared analysis and definition. If I asked each of the counselors to pull out an index card right now and write down your definition of racism, for instance, we might get 9 different responses. Some of you might talk about an individual act of bigotry. Some might talk about an institution that produces outcomes that are disproportionate for particular communities, particularly communities of color. Some might talk about a history and a kind of context that's been ongoing that produces these outcomes over and over again. All true, but they're different things. We need to be aligned in our definitions to be able to have an aligned conversation. And we have to hold urgency and priority. We have to understand that these are things that have taken generations to accumulate. But we don't have that kind of luxury to take that long to find solutions. And so how do we, even in the public sector, which is known for taking its time at times, find a way to move with alacrity and move with intentionality to fix these issues? That leads us to the notion of having to operationalize systems? How do we look at tools? And we're going to talk about some of those tools today and find ways to operationalize our systems, look at data, use strategies, and measure our results, know if we're making progress, and be able to actually quantify if we're doing the work that we need to do. Often when we take that look at how we operationalize our systems, it leads us to recognize we need to organize ourselves in a different kind of way. Now, often when we talk about organizing, we think of the community organizing at the institution because they feel the institution has failed them, which is completely legitimate. But we're talking about other kinds of organizing here as well, organizing within departments, across sectors, because we recognize while we can't do this without government, government can't do it alone. And so what are the internal infrastructure we need to build those relationships, to build those partnerships, and a different kind of relationship with community, which, by the way, it's very hard to talk into this mic, look that way, and all the communities over here. But with a different relationship with community where we partner and think about how we build and co-design and ultimately bring power to community to have influence on these decisions and recognize they still make challenges because they feel like we haven't done enough. And that's all we visualize the kinds of communities we want to create. This all comes out of a historical context, which goes back beyond the founding of this nation and really moves from this notion that government historically played a role in creating inequities in communities. This is just historical fact. And this continued really, and some would say to the current day, but in fact, we know that for most of our existence, that's been an issue. What we also know is community pressure has always worked in favor of trying to advance justice and advance equity and deal with issues around race. And that led to a culmination of these efforts in some ways in the middle of the last century with the Civil Rights Movement, housing, Fair Housing Act, affordable housing, looking at Civil Rights Act, many acts, federal legislations that outlawed discrimination. But we also know it kind of made the conversation on race go silent, that we didn't want to talk about that because it kind of harkened back to the times when we were the part of the problem as government. Unfortunately, when we weren't intentional in that conversation, we didn't really move the needle in the ways we needed to move it. And so we find some of the same disparities by race that we experienced in the civil rights era, we experience today. And so we know that we have to be more intentional in that conversation. We also have to look at implementation much more seriously. And I just will quickly mention one example that's close to my heart, the Fair Housing Act, which was passed in 1968 for the most part. But as we know, we all watch Schoolhouse Rock, right? Bill becomes a law, the president signs it, it goes to Congress, or down to the administrative agencies, they make the regs, and then the bill really has enforcement in cities like San Jose can enforce the regulations. Well, when the Fair Housing Act got passed, the rules for affirmatively furthering fair housing didn't quite get worked out. So there's a part of the bill that wasn't really settled. And it was 50 years before we really got that resolved. So cities were kind of wandering in the woods, not knowing how to enforce that part of the act. Implementation really matters. Lastly, we know that in the last 15 to 20 years, we've seen a real surge in jurisdictions, especially at the local level, but increasingly state as well, who are concerned about proactive work about dealing with these issues of equity and justice. And so that's part of the work that GARE is about and that you've been about over the last couple of years by being a part of that. People always ask, why lead with race, right? Isn't it class? Isn't it gender? Sexual orientation? There's so many marginalizations we deal with, and they're all important. We're intersectional people, right? But there are reasons that we have to lead with race. It's a growing standard in the public sector. This conversation, you heard it referenced, is the number of members in GARE, just one metric of jurisdictions recognizing they can't accomplish their mission without addressing these issues. But we also know that racial inequities are deep and pervasive. We can take those kinds of marginalization, heterosexism, sexism, ableism, right? And if we actually disaggregate that information by race, we find deep inequities within that by race, within those marginalizations. So we can't get to equity if we don't address racial equity. We also know racial anxiety is on the rise. And I've been saying this in the previous job for the last 5 years, and I used to say, it's on the rise, and nobody wants to talk about it. Well, now 5 years later, it's on the rise, and we're all shouting about it, but the anxiety is as high as ever. We have to find ways to have these conversations that are productive and can create shared space. And we also know that we can apply a structural race lens in looking at other kinds of structural issues as well. But specificity matters. If I burst in here today and said, I want equity for everyone forever, I might not get equity for anyone anytime soon. We have to have tactical approaches to do this work. So this notion of equity and equality, this difference, I really want to lift up an example. I guess I'll just ask, how many of you have been at a major civic or public event in the last 3 or 4 months? Just quick show of hands. Of course. Well, so if they're long, you know how they go. It's also a good check on if their public sector officials are having, good work-life balance. But if you've been to one, if they're long, there's an intermission, and at the intermission, everybody gets up and they go to the bathroom. And then what happens? Anyone want to? Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Foley. There's a line, usually a longer line for the women's room than the men's room. And we have to ask ourselves, well, wait, they're equal number of bathrooms. Why is there a line for one, not the other? If we explore this a little further, we find, in fact, that the process by which women are using the restroom may take longer. There are different impediments, there are different things that are happening. And so we looked at our first notion around equity, which is the lived experience of the person, the population matters. Equal numbers doesn't get us equal results or outcomes, which is what we're after. And then we have to ask ourselves, well, what could we do? And you could think about that quite a bit. And some people often say, well, we could have a different ratio of restrooms, right? Which is true, and that would start to address it a little bit. But we also could ask ourselves, maybe we can redefine the way we're thinking about the notion of restrooms. And then we start to see that happen, right? That the labeling, that's family-style restrooms, and there's, all gender restrooms. And it starts to address this in a different way. So this notion, the second thing to hold about equity is if we want a different set of answers, sometimes we have to ask a different set of questions. And this helps us get to this outcome of really addressing the needs that we see in terms of, again, making sure that people are having their needs met. And so we recognize that equity is an important kind of distinction from equality is it really focuses on the results that we're trying to achieve for the population in question. Now, we hear a lot of talk about diversity, equity, inclusion. You guys probably talked about this a little bit last time. And it's worth holding up that DE&I, as it's called for short, is very important, but it's not equivalent. Right? Diversity speaks to the quantity of people in a space having a conversation. If we were having this discussion 40 years ago, well, we may not be having this conversation 40 years ago. If we were, though, this room, the leadership of this room would be entirely white men, more than likely, right? And so diversity starts to change that. We start to see different faces and identities in the room. That's great. It doesn't guarantee us the results that we want. So then we start talking about inclusion. Well, what's the voice? What's the kind of participation of the people who are now in the room? Can they actually have that kind of voice and agency? Also important, also doesn't guarantee us the results we want. Equity says, look at the results you want, make sure you create policies, practices, and procedures that will get us to those equitable outcomes. So when we talk about racial equity, which is an underpinning of some of this work on equity that you're doing, it's really about closing the gap so that race doesn't predict one's success, which still produces and improves outcomes for all people. And to do that, it means targeting strategies to focus on those that are worse off and moving beyond services and focusing on changing policies, institutions, and structures. Now, for example, if the false numbers here, if the school district were producing a 75% graduation rate for whites and teenage students about to go off to college and a 55% graduation rate for people of color, Latino, Native American, African American, the solution would not be to get everybody to 65%. That wouldn't be achieving equity, that would be compromise. The goal is that everyone graduates at 85, 90, 95%. But to get there, we recognize we have to understand why certain groups consistently are graduating at 55%, starting with those worse off, figuring out what the barriers are, resolving that, improving the outcomes for all people. And we also know that often in government we think, wait, we're not going to focus on services. That's what we do. 82% of our work is services. I just made that number up, actually, but it feels about right sometimes. Even if you're in the policy arena, it can feel like you're just doing service after service. That's important. Those services are critical. And yet, we have to look at the underlying systems and structures to figure out what are the practices we create that will perpetuate the same kind of outcomes again and again. Ultimately, what we recognize is that when we find solutions that work for vulnerable communities, we find that solutions that work better for everyone. And that is really the grounding of where we want to start this conversation. So I will close out this kind of reminder of what you talked about yesterday, and hopefully this is resonating from December, this is resonating from your conversation then, just to hold these definitions around racism, because they are important. Again, I mentioned these earlier. Individuals, this level of experience of act of a person against a person. And this is often what we experience in the media, and we just react to the gut level. It's just wrong. We have to address this. It's terrible. And it's true. But by and large in government, this is not what we're experiencing that's creating the outcomes we're trying to fix in community. This next level, institutional, is that level. Policies and practices that work better for white people than people of color, often unintentionally or inadvertently. And we have to figure out why that is and address that. And then to do that helps us get to underlying structures, the history and current reality of all of our institutional practices, helps us create a system that can reverse the negative impacts that people of color have experienced and improve outcomes for all people. Why we think it's important? Because all of our issues are connected. Just as we're intersectional, the issues we face are. I don't go out of the house on Monday and say, okay, well, today I'll deal with housing, Tuesday I'll deal with transportation, Wednesday I'll think about childcare, Thursday employment, and Friday maybe I'll deal with health and environment. These things are happening to me all the time. And if I'm experiencing discrimination or barriers to access to opportunity in each of these systems on a regular basis, then I'm having a very hard time participating in society. I just came in today on the transit, which was great, and I was walking around, I saw the downtown signs about, belonging and inclusion, and I was just so enheartened by that. This work is about those banners. This is the way we get to those kinds of outcomes you're espousing for the city of San Jose. So I think with that, I am going to hand the mic over to Zulma to introduce our jurisdictions.
Thank you, Dwayne. In this next section, I'm going to show a couple of video clips, about 10 minutes total. And essentially, they're going to be of other jurisdictions that started the equity work about 10 years ago. The first one you're going to see is King County, Washington, a county of about 2 million residents. They launched their equity work in 2008, and 8 years later, in 2016, they adopted an equity social justice plan, and since then, they've created data dashboards to show progress on key indicators. The city of Madison is the second speaker you're going to see. Madison, Wisconsin is a city of about 260,000 residents. They initiated their equity work in 2013, and the year after, the city hired some people and created a training program for employees. In 2016, they developed guidelines and tools for departments to fold in equity work. And the third one, you're not going to really see his face, but it's the budget director for the city of Portland, Oregon. It's a clip from a webinar that the city of Portland provided. As you know, Portland, Oregon is a city of about 653,000 people. They started this work in 2011. And since then, city staff, they created goals and strategies, which were later adopted by the city council in 2015. They also created a budget assessment tool in 2016, which has been employed ever since. So let's just take a look at the next 10 minutes on these few clips.
First, Mateus Valenzuela, Director of the Office of Equity and Social Justice in King County, Washington. And then Jordan Bingham, co-leader of the Racial Equity and Social Justice Initiative in Madison, Wisconsin.
We had been looking at the issue of equity and social justice in terms of race, low-income communities, limited English proficient communities, and seeing that the gaps and inequities were even larger than in other parts of the nation. In 2008, we passed a county-wide strategic plan, which now incorporates the work that all county agencies do, including the separate elected officials. With our new and now current executive, Dow Constantine, it's moved beyond an initiative to now really being integrated into the work that we do as a county. And I've been either leading or co-leading the work for the majority of that time. We have a team of leaders within the county, within different divisions, departments, and agencies who are in charge of leading the work to make sure that we use an equity lens and some of the tools in our policies and decision-making, our organizational practices, and also how we work with the community. It's a process of continuous improvement. We have many different political leanings, but we have the main equity impact review tool. We have integrated equity into the work we do with budget. So our budget office has developed questions that all departments need to ask regarding both each decision that they're making in terms of either a budget enhancement or a budget cut, and they have to actually make a case of how that is going to be a pro-equity decision, meaning who's being affected, communities of color, limited English proficient populations, and low-income communities, and are they benefiting? And if they actually aren't benefiting, what are we doing, or what is that particular division, department, or program doing to mitigate the effects of that? We started off as interdepartmental, meaning it's just the executive branch, and now it's actually inter-branch. So meaning that it covers all elected officials. It includes the courts, it includes prosecuting attorney's office, sheriff, elections, the assessor. They're all part of our inter-branch team. The way we've been looking at it is we're trying to create a county where everybody has the opportunity to thrive. If we're able to create the conditions where everybody can thrive, then everybody benefits.
When we talk about the health of people and communities, we know that factors like where we live, work, learn, and play really matter to our health. One of the sound bites that you hear now, and it's totally true in a lot of our cities, is that your zip code can predict your health more so than even your genetic code. And that means that the factors in our environments, things like the quality of our housing, the types of jobs that people have access to, whether or not healthy food is available and affordable in a community, safety, real and perceived. All of those things can add up to healthy, long living and the absence of disease, or the opposite. So many of those social determinants of health are allocated based on race and have been for a long time. The City of Madison's Racial Equity and Social Justice Initiative started in 2013, really in response to a public awareness that even though Madison identifies as one of the most liberal and progressive medium-sized cities in the country, we had some of the worst racialized outcomes that anyone had ever seen, and they were across the board. For a lot of folks who weren't experiencing that day to day in their lives, it was a shock. We realized that local government had a role to play. So how do we make our budgets? How do we spend money? How do we make decisions? And is that informed by any sort of a racial equity analysis? And so we've created a tool to assist with policy and planning decisions that we're just now rolling out and pilot testing. It's called the Racial Equity and Social Justice Analysis Tool. And so it's sort of City of Madison branded. We've actually got two different versions. A comprehensive version, which is really for larger policy decisions, plans that the city is engaging in, like our comprehensive plan or our transportation plan, where you really would have the time on the early end of decisions like that or plans to do a full analysis, ask a really comprehensive set of questions, like who would be benefiting from this set of decisions, who would be burdened, what are some of the unintended consequences, who have you involved in the decision, and what needs have they expressed, and how are they going to be addressed, how are we going to be accountable. We've also created a fast track version of the tool, which is just a few of those questions for when we need to make a quick decision, but we still want it to be informed by a racial equity lens. And so we're pilot testing that on a few different areas right now. The other area that we're taking a close look at is city operations. So how are we hiring people? How are people getting promoted? What are the expectations day to day across agencies for really establishing racial equity and social justice as core principles? The initiative is structured to be inclusive across all agencies, and so really trying to create leadership at all levels. Some of the traditional leaders, like our policymakers, our elected officials, are involved, and we think that that's really important, that there's that top level leadership and buy-in, but there's also involvement of staff at all levels. So everything from hourly and part-time and seasonal folks in different departments up through frontline staff like me, making sure all job classes are represented, and also really making sure that there's good representation of people of color in that initiative, because when you talk about racial equity, you got to make sure that, again, folks who are most affected by inequities are at the table and in leadership roles.
Maybe not. There we go. So there are three things we did in order to try and integrate equity, into budget. And one of those was we actually incorporated equity as a specific budget review criteria, and explicitly made it part of the criteria that the fiscal analysts in my office, which is the city budget office, that we use when we're making recommendations to the mayor and council about city programs. We also, and when I say we, the Office of Equity and Human Rights created a budget equity assessment tool, which I'll talk about a little bit more as well, to make sure the bureaus were asking the right questions when they develop their budgets. And then finally, we started a project of mapping city spending and services by geography, and that helps give us a proxy for looking at how racial equity might be either helped or harmed by certain spending decisions, both current spending and how we may be able to change that going forward to hopefully make things better. So diving in on these, in terms of overall budget review criteria, what you'll see on this slide, and I've been doing public finance and budget for about 20 years now, and so you'll see that the first 11 of these are what you would consider your typical, very straightforward, frankly pretty boring budget and finance criteria that you would expect budget analysts to use when reviewing a program. Supporting essential city services, maintaining infrastructure, identifying maintenance needs, etc. And what we actually did, so it used to be our top 11, and what we did is we added criteria number 12, which was to support the city's equity goals. And we were able to tie that back into this approved strategic plan in the city, so there was a connection there in terms of why we were looking at this. But I'll tell you, this was not without controversy. Within the budget office. I think everyone in the city was in favor. I mean, again, it's part of our Portland plan. This groundwork had been laid. But what I ran into, and I will admit that even personally sort of had the same initial reaction, and then when I was rolling it out to my analysts, got some of that feedback as well. When I said, look, this is going to be one of our criteria, the response was, well, wait, why is this our job? We're budget analysts. We're in the budget office. This feels like it's the Office of Equity's job. I think I can honestly say no one was against using equity in terms of looking at these things, but they really didn't feel like it was something they should be doing. And I heard more than once, we're budget analysts. We're not equity analysts. And I think a lot of that discomfort was coming from the fact that they didn't have the training or background or confidence in terms of what does it even mean to support the city's equity goals. What does it mean to apply an equity lens to our recommendations? And the question was, are we really the right people to be doing this, to applying the equity lens, or should it be done by someone else? And along that theme of jumping in, we did jump in that first year. I will say I think we're a lot better at it now 4 years later than we were then. And one of the things we've done in the interim is made sure that we actually have done some training. So, I talked to the Office of Equity, brought them in. We did some budget 101, some equity 101 training. We had really open conversations, at our staff meetings about what this means. Really tried to make people feel comfortable about expressing what their concerns would be, so that we could also address it. And one of the arguments I used at the time was, 10 or 15 years ago, Portland's a pretty progressive city. 10 or 15 years ago, talking about sort of climate change or environmental sustainability was a little bit of an afterthought. And today, it's integrated into everything we do. And I don't think anybody, in terms of talking about budget decisions, would have an issue sort of raising that. If it brings us further along with our climate action plan or other environmental sustainability goals, that had become incorporated. Equity hadn't. And I think that when we started putting in that framework of saying, that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to bring equity into the conversation so that it becomes ingrained in everything you do, in when you look at these programs and how you make your recommendations. I think that actually helped people begin to feel a little bit more comfortable. And then I will also say time helped. I think the analysts, the first year they did it, they felt very nervous. They felt very uncomfortable, particularly if they were making a recommendation and talking explicitly about the racial impact of that recommendation, or why they're recommending Program A instead of Program B because of a racial equity concern. I think they've gotten more comfortable over time, just having the practice in doing that and going through that year after year.
Andrew, I have a question.
Yeah.
So now for you.
In 2 cities and 1 county. We know there are other Bay Area cities and counties that are doing good work, and we're in contact with them as well. But I think an important takeaway from these videos is that it took several years to create awareness about the role of local government in equity work, and it took some time to build an infrastructure, and it took time to develop tools and build skills for the workforce to do business differently. So next, I'd like to focus a little bit on what we're doing locally. So we initiated this work, as you know, back in January of 2018. And what started out as a small team of 14 city employees has expanded to a team of 37. And while a relatively small number of people considering the size of the workforce, important conversations have had a multiplier effect, and hundreds of employees have engaged in related dialogue. Through the GARE membership, we can tap into the expertise of over 200 cities and counties across the U.S., and now we have access to an online platform to engage with other cities. And while we have much more work to do, we are encouraged by the normalizing work that's already happening and the altered approach to analyzing problems and exploring solutions. These are just some of the examples. I won't go into detail about all of them, but there have been a variety of lunch and learn sessions, which is normalizing conversations during lunch with peers. There's an emphasis on language access by multiple departments to ensure that We're offering information and services that are in language and culturally appropriate. We're also redesigning and thinking about training programs. For example, the Office of Emergency Management, which designed a program in language in Vietnamese and Spanish. Contracting outreach to make sure that small businesses have access or know how to bid for city contracts, and so on. You know, one of the final ones, the community Wi-Fi, expanding free Wi-Fi to schools in Eastside Union High School District. So these are just some of the examples. I'm sure there are dozens more. And then there are also the projects that were selected to undergo an equity screen through last year's budget process, and those are also at different stages but are in progress. But now I am actually very excited to introduce the next section of the study session, and that is I'd like to introduce you to my colleagues who are going to provide some examples of how they've integrated an equity perspective to their work. You're first going to hear from Sanjita Gosal from the Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement Department, followed by Laura Stuczynski from the Department of Transportation, then Neil Ruffino, Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, and then finally Stephanie Jane with the Office of Immigrant Affairs.
Good afternoon. I'm Sanjita Ghoshal. I'm a planner at the Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, and I'm going to talk about normalizing work that has been happening in our department. I am a GARE cohort member since 2018, and before I move any forward today, I would like to take a few moments to tell you how I got attracted to this work. I came to this country in 2002 as a foreign student, and I started working for the city of San Jose as a planner from 2004. While navigating our organization and my adopted community, as a foreign-born person of color and a non-native speaker of English, I acquired a unique set of perspectives and life experiences. In a city with 39% foreign-born population, perhaps many have similar experience and perspectives as mine, although I recognize everybody's life journeys are unique. So I wanted to use the GARE learning opportunities to bring back concepts and tools to my workplace to help forge solutions for improving outcomes for all. But doing so needs proper groundwork. This diagram shows us that normalizing activities help develop shared analysis and definitions and help form shared priorities. We need to build a culture of inclusion so our staff becomes comfortable talking about racial equity and can openly discuss problems, solutions, and strategies for the future. We also need to have our staff understand the underlying issues behind racial disparities so the urgency is felt by everyone and the need behind the work is clear to all. Specifically in the Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, we benefit from being grounded in the past as we plan and build our future. So under the leadership of our department director, who is a champion for racial equity, our team started organizing activities since late 2018. Examples of activities include PBCE, or Planning, Building, Code Enforcement Department's new employee orientation, lunch and learn sessions, which are designed as small group sessions comprising of activities such as videos, YouTube talks, etc., and following that, a roundtable conversation. Powerful narratives like Race, the Power of an Illusion, Color Blindness, Rethinking Race, or Segregated by Design appeared to create profound impact on the participants. During the roundtable, the participants often spontaneously shared their unique life experiences, creating grounds for shared framework and understanding. We also conducted trainings for our leadership team. And last but not the least, we found video conferencing with other jurisdictions is a valuable learning tool. For example, about a couple of weeks ago, some 60 staff members from the Department of Planning and Departments of Transportation, Housing, and other departments joined 3 planners from the cities of Berkeley, California, and Oakland in a 2-hour video conference. Hearing their projects, thoughts, and challenges from these other jurisdictions was very inspirational. On the basis of participants' comments, we learned that these sessions were valuable for expanding awareness regarding structural equity issues. Sessions were eye-opening. Many are unaware of America's institutional racism, its impacts, and the role of government in it. Session attendees were generally eager to learn more and take action. Staff had been asking us about how they can dismantle structural racism and what they can do to lift up outcomes for our residents. Our challenge is to find ways to engage more staff and expand our training topics so everyone feels the equity, the urgency, and understands the need of weaving equity into our day-to-day practices. Given the value of the sessions, and also on the basis of the conversation we have had with other jurisdictions through GARE conference and online GARE forums, we continue providing consistent learning and sharing opportunities for staff with more lunch and learn sessions throughout the year. This year, we will explore other staff engagement solutions to create a bigger impact, such as different types of programs, example, book clubs or peer-to-peer trainings. We will offer videos, books, links, etc. online so that employees can learn or revisit them at their convenience. And we will help in replicating this model in other departments. I will conclude today with a comment from one of the frequent participants at one of the Lunch and Learn sessions. He writes, "I think it is very beneficial for everyone to have open and honest conversations about race and culture in order to work towards the goal of better and greater racial equity." Thank you.
Oops. Chinsky in the Department of Transportation. I'm going to share you the results as you know, the Council recently adopted the city's electric mobility roadmap. In developing that plan, DOT employed data on electric vehicle ownership to examine equity issues. I'm going to share the results of that analysis, how it impacted the plan, and what we intend to do next. In the systems change diagram, this is an example of operationalizing racial equity. One of the primary purposes of the electric mobility roadmap was to gather data that would inform and enhance the city's efforts to electrify transportation. We wanted to know how many electric vehicles are currently registered in the city. How many more do we need to meet our greenhouse gas emission reduction targets? How many electric vehicle chargers do we have, and how many more do we need to support the electric vehicle growth we're projecting, and where do we need them? After participating in the GARE training, DOT wanted to see how data might be used to consider how racial equity factors into this work. One of the first steps in conducting a racial equity analysis is to look at data to understand racial inequities in the communities the proposed project or policy would impact. DOT had obtained data from the Department of Motor Vehicles on electric vehicles registered in the city. We wanted to use that data to determine if there are racial or economic disparities in electric vehicle ownership in San Jose. Unfortunately, the DMV data did not include information on race, so we focused on income, since there's a strong connection between income and race. We compared the concentration of registered electric vehicles by census tract with the median income per census tract. We sorted the census tracts by median income and then broke the list into fifths or quintiles from the wealthiest to the poorest. The disparities between the income quintiles was striking. As you can see, electric vehicle ownership is concentrated in the city's most affluent census tracts. Nearly twice as many electric vehicles per 100 households in the top quintile than the second highest, 6 times as many in the highest quintile than the lowest. Mapping the data revealed electric vehicle concentration by neighborhood. The dark green areas have the highest concentration of electric vehicles, the light green is medium, and white is the lowest. Again, the city's low-income communities and communities of color, those with the crosshatch marks, generally have the lowest levels. Seeing where electric vehicles and chargers are currently located and where they're not helps the city understand where it needs to prioritize charger installations. The dark green areas in this map indicate where the city has enough chargers. The light green, yellow, and red areas are where the city needs increasingly more chargers to broaden opportunities for electric vehicle ownership, as well as shared electric mobility services. The city's lower income communities and communities of color are in those higher need areas. The economic and racial disparities around electric vehicle ownership also factored into DOT's decision to expand its electric vehicle strategy. The Electric Mobility Roadmap seeks to electrify fleet vehicles and shared mobility vehicles in addition to personally owned ones. So simply considering data about racial and economic disparities changes the conversation, but this was just a first step. To do a thorough racial equity analysis, you need to get data disaggregated by race. You need to involve the community in every step of the process, and you need to analyze the root causes of the disparities you're seeing before moving to potential solutions. Access to charging, the cost of electric vehicles, and awareness about electric vehicles are real barriers to electric vehicle adoption, but they don't get the underlying structural causes for the disparity we see. Gare suggests you ask why 4 or 5 times to get deeper below the surface to understand how structural and institutional racism plays out in people's lives. With that analysis as the foundation, then you start to brainstorm potential solutions with the community and community partners. Approaching the issue in this way is likely to surface solutions that wouldn't otherwise be immediately apparent, as well as potential new partnerships. The fact that we didn't conduct a full racial equity analysis in the development of the roadmap doesn't negate the plan's value, but it does mean we could do better. Later this year, DOT will begin work on the city's access and mobility plan, as well as its emerging mobility action plan. DOT plans to fully integrate a racial equity analysis in these planning efforts. Both efforts will also involve community engagement, which will allow DOT to begin to build a network of partners necessary to implement real systemic change.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Neil Ruffino, Assistant Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. PRNS has been grateful participants of GARE, committing 8 staff over the past 2 years to dive deeper and better understand both the historical and current conditions of our residents. Over the past 2 years, PRNS has embraced the normalized, organized, and operationalized system of change. Much of our effort has been focused on normalization, knowing that discussions of race and inequity can be a very personal journey to understand how individually we have been affected, what we need to do to continue to grow toward, and what we can do as civil servants to ensure that all of our residents are put in the best position for success. In this effort, PRNS has hosted monthly reflections on our GARE team, has rolled out the GARE equity training across the department, and just over a week ago, the PRNS All Management team took part in a 90-minute training provided by a multi-city departmental GARE team. To solidify our department's commitment to this concept, PRNS has adopted equity and access as one of our 5 guiding principles that our Activate San Jose strategic plan is built upon. At PRNS, we embrace people of all ages, cultures, and abilities. Most recently, PRNS has been building out an equity map that will help the department utilize data to drive our programmatic decisions. As you heard earlier, one of the key elements of an equity analysis plan is the collection and the de-aggregation of data. In aligning equity within our department's strategic plan, we are able to define what our PRNS specific determinants of success are, how they align with our core services, such as measuring the childhood obesity rate of teens, the number of active hours per week of individuals, a 10-minute walk to a park. This ensures that staff at all levels of our service are focused on a theory of change, ensuring that all people, regardless of race or where they come from, live healthy and productive lives. These determinants and measures will allow our programs to benchmark against validated and agreed upon source data. And finally, utilizing this information will drive our programmatic and budget decisions. Here are some of the snapshots from our maps. One of the first areas PRNS utilized this mapping effort was on scholarships. PRNS is still a revenue-supported department in which we are bringing in over $2 million annually to help offset the commitment of the general fund. While revenue has been a major component of the city's solution, PRNS wants to ensure that our pricing is not an impediment to access services, nor an additional barrier in which key members of our community have to overcome. Thus, mapping and identifying where our scholarship recipients come from and whether we are helping meet those needs is a concern that we need to address. This map is the median income across the city of San Jose. The shades of orange and red indicate communities of lowest income, while green shows communities of higher income. This past year, PRNS has provided over $1 million in support and served over 10,000 individuals. As you can see, we are doing a pretty good job of providing scholarships in needed neighborhoods. So this is one set of data that helps us make our decisions. But as the equity system of change requires us to do, is to ask further questions, try to get a root cause, and continue exploring impacts within our span of control. So a deeper dive on pricing and community impact that we are looking at is looking at community center by center on services, programs, and needs. We have an example of two community centers. Community Center A is located in a high-income community. Community Center B is located in a lower-income community. What is interesting is that both buildings are practically equal in space and amenity. Community Center A also generates, not surprisingly, almost $2 million in revenue a year. Community Center B, while in a low-income community, is still able to generate almost $500,000 in revenue. So we dig deeper again in the centers, and we start looking at some of our programs, and this will look at preschool. Again, both centers have the same pricing for a child to attend our preschool. Community Center A provides 2.7% of children on scholarship. Not surprising, because in every area of the city, even the highest income areas have pockets of need. Again, not surprisingly, Community Center B provides a greater number of children with scholarships. Both these programs have the same amount of teacher ratio to children, operate the same curriculum, and have the same established quality standards. With the two classrooms, we see total enrollment without a striking difference. But again, we dig deeper deeper into the data, and we find some major differences. Community Center A, in a higher income community, is able to fill both classrooms for the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and the Tuesday, Thursday sessions, and has a waiting list. While Community Center B, in a lower income community, can only fill enough students for classes in the Monday, Wednesday, Friday classes, 3 days a week. So an interesting question that continues to ask us to dig deeper and ask why. What we find when we look at the data layer of preschool enrollment is striking. The high-income communities has a very high preschool enrollment level. Between 80 and 90% of 3 and 4-year-olds are already enrolled in preschool. Not just our preschool, but any preschool across the private or public preschools. The neighborhood surrounding Community Center B has a very low enrollment of 3 and 4-year-olds, between 20 and 40%. So the question for us to answer again is why? There's a greater need surrounding the lower income center, but there are less children enrolled in our program. Why? Does our pricing or limited scholarships affect this? What can we change in our programming to ensure those families who need this low-cost preschool service have access? This is an example of how a department can begin utilizing an equity framework and analysis to begin understanding the problems, how it affects the community, and begin to make programmatic changes to meet a larger community goal, such as getting more children into accessible preschool opportunities. So overall, PRNS continues to step forward into this space. We'll be committing another team for a PRNS-focused GARE cohort to develop a department-specific action plan and equity framework. We will be identifying determinants that align with our department's core services, and we'll be finding valid sources of data to measure those determinants against, so we know we are making progress.
Thank you, Neil. I'm Stephanie Jane with the Office of Immigrant Affairs. We're going to jump right in with a short video, and I'll explain more in a minute.
Excuse me, sir. I'm so sorry. Look, she's been crying nonstop. She has a temperature of 105. I don't know what to do.
Marapedik. Vi paroles lesant.
No, please. Just every time I feed her, she throws up. I don't know.
Vi paroles
I don't understand what you're
lesant.
saying. What are you saying? Can you just look at her? No, she's burning up. Just feel.
Faju paroles la anglan.
No, what?
She's
She's burning up. Feel her head.
Tranquilli, Kananche. The mother is Askan.
What is he doing?
Do you have?
My baby, she's got a temperature of 105. Every time I feed her, she throws up. Please, can you?
She's
She's burning up. Feel her head. Please, just feel her head. Feel her head. Just someone let me in to see the doctor. No, does anyone understand what I'm saying? Please, someone help me.
Take a minute, maybe take a deep breath. How did you feel while watching this? We start all of our city staff language access trainings with the same video to help us all experience what it may feel like for a large percentage of our community. After watching this video, city staff use words like desperate, frustrated, useless, scared. This is not the way we want our city residents to feel when they come to us for services or for help. When they want to sign up their child for preschool, when they receive a letter with the city of San Jose written on top, when they hear important instructions in an emergency. Even more so, our residents may not be accessing our services at all. They may not call 911 or 311 or come to a community meeting or a city council meeting. They may not come at all. This is quite simply an equity issue. English speakers have easy access to city services, while others do not. So let's take a quick look at what we know about our community. 57% of households, over half, speak another language at home. And 25% of our residents, 1 in 4, are limited English, indicating that they might really need language access support. And through this data, we see that city information and services, when provided in English, are not equitable for all of our residents. And we begin to see that many of our San Jose residents likely feel similar to the woman in our video. So today, I will be sharing with you our experience trying to affect systems change for language access and how that might relate to citywide work on systems change aimed at increasing equity. Looking back at our language access work over the last 3 years, we weren't thinking about it specifically as an equity issue, though it is. It was simply the work. When we frame it in this systems change model that you've seen before, it helps us to think through all of the elements needed for true systems change. We've made progress on language access, but 3 years into the work, we do not have full language access systems change throughout our city. And what would system change even look like? We are aiming for a city where the language you speak does not limit your engagement in and with the city. Sorry. Let's talk a little bit more about the normalizing phase that Sanhita also talked about. Office of Immigrant Affairs has provided language access training for over 1,100 city staff, in which staff started to understand a few things. One, what it's like for the limited English community, to understand the inequities that some face every day. 2, the extra burden felt by bilingual staff, who are largely staff of color, as they shared their own experiences. And 3, that not all city staff are comfortable adding language access as a city priority. Some staff appreciate that the city is starting to pay more attention to this issue, while others feel differently. This is all part of normalizing, but it is not enough. These efforts will dwindle away unless we are able to change our city systems so that this work is embedded in all that we do. Now let's talk about the organized phase, which includes infrastructure and partnerships. We now have a temporary language access coordinator, and we are making more progress with her laser focus on this issue. We have a menu of language access vendors so that departments have resources to turn to. And Office of Immigrant Affairs recently engaged our community partners about the Welcoming San Jose plan, which you'll hear more about this spring. And they continue to prioritize language access as work that is important for the city to do. There are challenges, however. A long-term staffing strategy, both dedicated staff and departmental staff with language access as part of their job responsibilities. Or a system for limited English community members to engage in decisions that affect them, and an accountability system to let us know when our language access efforts aren't working. As we talk about operationalizing, one of the key lessons I have learned through our GARE experience is that equity work, and also language access, is not about doing more work, it's about doing the same work differently. Our work as a city is to communicate effectively, and the data show us that we need to include additional languages in our communications for it to be effective for our residents. And so we're currently working on a language access implementation plan that will outline recommended strategies for high-quality language access throughout the city. But what is our greatest challenge in operationalizing language access? That we must embed language access as a function in all our systems and with all 7,000 of our staff. This cannot be just the work of the Office of Immigrant Affairs or just the work of the GARE team. This must be how we do business in San Jose. And this, changing our systems from within, will take time, space, dedicated people, and commitment. So in closing, language access, similar to how we need to address equity in our city, is not separate from, but should be embedded in all that we do. And thank you all very much on behalf of all of us.
Thank you all. Okay. Dwayne, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to thank all of the team members from Team San Jose who shared some of their experiences, and for those who didn't as well, because I know there's a lot of effort that's been going on over the past couple of years. And I wanted to share a couple of reflections on those 4 presentations, if I can, before we move into unpacking it, what an equity analysis can look like. What you just heard really was workplace organizing, this notion of bringing a framework, an approach, a commitment to the breadth of an institution with thousands of people requires an organizing strategy. So you heard the teams continually reference this notion of normalizing conversation. And if you're someone in the community, you're thinking, okay, but yeah, when are you going to get to the action? You have to get to the action, but you're always normalizing this conversation because it needs to be consistently held. In fact, you never stop any of those 3 phases of work, normalizing, operationalizing, or organizing. They are continual in what you do. I also thought it was interesting the variety of approaches that were lifted up, everything from transportation to language access to parks to childcare. And in fact, this framework applies in everything that the public sector does. And I will say that, inequities will pop up where you never expect them to, as well as where we exactly expect them to, which is why this work is so important. I think the thing I would just lift up is, and I think, Stephanie, you said this at the end, this isn't about replacing the work we do, this is about modernizing the way in which the public sector does its work. Because in my experience working from that growth from 20 to 200 jurisdictions who are committed to this across the country, the epiphany, the collective epiphany for a jurisdiction comes when you recognize we can't fulfill our mission as a jurisdiction if we don't address equity. Because in fact, our mission is to serve all of our community, and as long as we have inequities, that's not going to happen. And then the last thing I would just lift up is on this notion of interagency cooperation, transportation talking to city planning, or city planning talking to language access, or language access talking to multiple departments, all important or critical to make this work happen. So I think, thank Zolman and the team for lifting up some great examples for the purpose of the study session. I think what we're going to do now is actually spend a little bit of time unpacking the equity analysis and review, the approach that we're seeing people use to do this work. And I'll say there are a lot of different kinds of analyses. Some call them racial equity tools, some call them equity analyses. There are foundations are producing these now. It's really becoming a practice to figure out how you do this kind of equity analysis. I'm going to lift up the one that we used at Race Forward, and I say that in the past tense. 2 weeks ago, I was still working at Race Forward. I just stopped after 4 years and change just last week. And so that's one I'm familiar with and have witnessed many of the people in the GARE network use, and I think it's a very strong one. And it's just for folks who aren't familiar with Race Forward, it's an organization that really tries to catalyze movement building for racial justice, works in community, works with organizations, works across sectors to advance that in our policies, our institution, our culture. And so you'll hear me using this. A lot of these tools, though, have very similar frameworks, and so I think it's a good one to work with. And the first thing we want to really hold with this is that an analysis, an equity analysis, has to understand both process and product, because the way in which we did our work to this point is part of what brought us to the moment that we're in, that we're trying to address. And so it's not just producing a better widget or a better product, it's about the way in which we do the work as well. And we have to think about how we actively insert, in this case, racial equity into that decision-making process. And so this intersection of the way we do our work, the products we're creating, the outcomes we're trying to produce is really fundamental to thinking about how we do racial equity analysis. There are multiple steps in the process, and I'm going to run through those steps briefly. And then today, I think we're going to just look at the first 3 steps with a little bit more detail, so you have a sense of the kind of work that the team has been doing at San Jose over the past year and a half or 2 years. And it starts with the desired results. And this might seem pretty straightforward, but in fact, we can actually diverge pretty quickly if we're not laser focused on what the desired result we are after here is. And in this case, we say the desired result from a racial equity perspective. And I'm going to use an example shortly that will help unpack that as we go through the steps. But know that sometimes when we're in public service, when there's a problem, we rush to the solution. We go right to step 4. Oh, you look at the chart. Oh, strategies. Okay, let's just take that on. But doing that actually can lead us down the wrong path. And what we find is not having an accurate understanding of what we're trying to produce, what result we're trying to create, will have us diverge further and further. And we might produce perfectly good outcomes that could improve, for example, economic results, but could exacerbate racial inequities. And so it's important that we understand the result we want very clearly. And so the teams can attest to this. Sometimes it's a little almost frustrating to wrestle with exactly what are we trying to create. Once you've done that, you then want to think about the analysis of data that you are looking at. And this data should really inform your decision-making, should be disaggregated by race, and it helps to set the tone for the questions you have to ask as you go deeper into the process. After doing that, we want to make sure that we, in fact, are authentically engaging community in this conversation. We actually argue that community is a wash across this entire process, but you certainly don't want to go any further than these first couple of steps before you have actively engaged community. And I'm going to unpack that more deeply when we go step by step. But suffice it to say that the community that's affected has to be a part of the solution. And so there are a number of steps that are involved in that. Often doing that provides some of the data that's missing that we don't have access to readily as the public sector. We have a lot of census and research data, but not the lived experience of the communities that we're trying to improve their conditions. And so this step is hugely important. It can shape and improve data, it can fill in data gaps. It also can have us rethink our desired result. We might think we've got it figured out and recognize that in fact we don't. And so only after you've done these first 3 steps well do we recommend you start to think about the strategies that you would use to achieve racial equity. And in that way, a couple of major things, really thinking about the unintended consequences, because, and I could do a show of hands for anybody who's worked in government in the room, how many of you have ever worked on a project where part of what you were doing was cleaning up the effects of the previous people who worked on that project because it didn't turn out exactly the way you thought it would, which is going to be perfect for the community? Right? This is the nature of the work in public service. And so we have to learn from our mistakes, learn from changing conditions, understand what some of the unintended consequences might be and try to prepare to mitigate those. We also have to recognize, and this gets to the notion of the notion of really working across sectors and that government can't do it alone. Who are the partners we need? Because when you do root cause analysis and you start to understand why some of these things are turning out the way they do, you recognize that the forces at play are quite large, and it can be larger even than the public sector's sphere of influence. And so you have to have the right partners at the table to help move this work forward. It starts within public sector, but often branches beyond that. And then only then would you build the strategies you think are most effective. You then look at the implementation approach, and we can talk briefly about that a little bit later. And that really is, though, important to make sure that you have the resources to implement the plan effectively. And then finally, how you're communicating with communities that are affected and how you're accountable to that work, which inevitably, and you see the arrow, brings you back to thinking about that desired result and frames up that work. So that, in kind of in short form, is in fact the way in which we think about doing an equity analysis and review process. Who should use the process? The short answer is everyone, but in fact we think it has value at all levels, that elected officials, and I know there's some in the room here, but I will say this, that often elected officials want to lead. They don't want to be too far out front without information or data to support that leadership. And so using a racial equity analysis provides data that often emboldens elected officials to be able to take those steps that are courageous steps to take, and not just take them because of a values base, but because information and data says this is the right approach to take. Government staff has a role to inform and provide that information to elected officials so they can take those stands, and also to do all the nitty-gritty detail work that's behind the scenes, behind conversations that don't even necessarily elevate to the level of council decision-making. And then, of course, community can use the tool as a way to communicate with government and create new channels of a relationship to make sure that they're holding the public sector accountable as they do this work. Often just share this kind of anecdote. This is, of course, all of us read this at some point, right? One day Alice came to a fork in the road, saw a Cheshire cat in a tree. "Which road do I take?" she asked. "Where do you want to go?" was his response. "I don't know," Alice answered. Then said the cat, "It doesn't matter. If we don't know what we're trying to accomplish or where we're trying to do, what we're trying to go, any road will get us there. It just won't be the place we want to be." And so this notion of how we actually create a sense of destination, have a North Star, that North Star being around racial equity, use that as a focal point to drive the tool is really critically important. A couple things to lift up. This is really about choice points. And what I mean by choice points is that there are moments when we all make decisions around opportunities that can really influence our outcomes. And the cumulative impact of many small choices can actually be as significant as the impacts of big decisions. And the thing to hold really is that we're less likely to kind of replicate the status quo if we're thinking about these all along the way. And I'm going to use a couple of examples. I'll go north. For Seattle, I'll use an example for this point in particular to tell a quick story. But then I'm going to use an example there to unpack how the tool itself can work. And the short story is, in Seattle, they actually started doing what was being recommended here, using an equity analysis and budget decisions many years ago. In fact, Seattle, for those who don't know, is the first municipality in the country to have a formal race and social justice initiative, started about 18 years ago. And when they finally got to the point of having this in the budget process, they said, okay, great, we're going to have this analysis, this question, and they did. And everybody answered the question. And candidly, what they got back was a lot of junk. People didn't know exactly how to answer the question. So they get to the question that says, how does this budget decision affect racial equity? And people put, not applicable, right? Because they didn't know. They didn't know how to answer the question. So they recognized, okay, we got to train people how to use this more effectively, which they did. So a couple of years passed, they come back, they're starting to get sophisticated responses to this. And as they were doing that, the budget started to change in how it was focused. As it turned out, there was an opportunity to look at the consolidated plan. And for those who may not know, the consolidated plan is a document the city produces. It helps influence where federal monies go, particularly for the housing and urban development. And they said, what do we put the racial equity analysis to our consolidated plan? And so they did that. It took some time, but by 2015, or I think it was 15, they had actually done a racial equity emphasized consolidated plan and started to influence the way those dollars flowed. Right on the horizon of that, there was this notion of their long-range development plan. For the next 20-year plan was being developed. And somebody said, well, hey, if we can do this for the con plan, we can do this for the long-range development plan. So they did that. They used this focus of racial equity to build out their long-range development plan. And so they produced, as far as we know, one of the first anti-displacement long-range development plans that a city had put forward. Now, Did they eliminate displacement as a consequence? Of course not. But they changed the nature of the conversation. And the other thing to hold is that if they had started there, if they had said in 2004, let's use an anti-displacement version for our con plan and for our long-range development plan, odds are I wouldn't have gotten off the ground. But because they made these choices, they started building this into all their decisions. They built a discipline and a culture that allowed that to happen. But one thing I didn't say, I meant to mention this earlier too, and you heard this notion of it takes time, it takes time. It does take time, but it doesn't take as much time as it used to. One of the first things that the people from Seattle, and they say this all over the country, is don't take as long as we did to get where we got. They were leading edge work in the first years, but now many of the folks from that first generation, the Twin Cities, Portland, Seattle, will say, you should be able to do in 3 years what it took us 10 to do, because we've learned so much. And there is now a field of practice that helps you to accelerate that work. And so I think that's a tremendous opportunity that's here in front of you right now. So when to use the process? Early and often, and this is, it's a little facetious, but it's true. You use this as soon as you can, and you keep using it. Often people will approach us and say, we're halfway through this planning process, and we recognize we hadn't really used the racial analysis. Is it too late? And the answer is, it's late, but it's not too late, because you will learn things that can improve that process down the stretch, and the next time you go through it, you can do it as well, and we can share some stories where that's really been particularly effective. So you use it as soon as you understand how to use it, you use it consistently, you make the discipline of using it as you go forward. So what I want to do is actually walk us through the first 3 steps in particular of that process. And the example I'm going to hold up against it was actually kind of a government and community example. Is, because you can see here, oops, backwards. Can I go backwards? Yes. There are lots of different kinds of ways you can use the racial equity analysis or equity analysis and review. And I'm going to talk about minimum wage because it's one what we saw. And as I mentioned, I'm going to go to Seattle in particular for that process. So in Seattle, they have a minimum wage that's one of the highest in the country. And it gradually is increasing wages up to $15 per hour for companies with 500 or more employees. By 2021, that wage is going to be phased in for all employers, making it the highest in the country. And the wage is right now $16 for large employers, $15 for all other employers, unless they provide some other benefits, which lets them drop it a little bit lower. And just for context, when all this conversation started, the minimum wage in Washington was $9 an hour. The national wage, of course, is less than $8. And so this was a pretty big deal. Now, as I go through the steps, I'm going to share with you some of the things that happened. This is a pretty nuanced policy, obviously, but I want to share some of the steps that led to the nuanced policy that may not have happened otherwise. So with that in mind, let's actually get into the steps themselves. So step 1 is this question of the proposal and what are your desired results. And as I mentioned earlier, it's really important to use the time to unpack this question to make sure that you're thinking about this at a couple of levels. Like what are you trying to have be the lived experience of the communities you're working with, what this policy will affect, and the behavior itself of the agencies or institutions that will be a part of that work. And so we think about the results at the community level and at the organizational level, and they refer to that as performance data. We won't dive too deep into that. But the notion is that we have to understand what results we want to affect and what outcomes we're trying to do. And so some questions we ask ourselves are, what is the policy or program that's under consideration? What are the intended results in the community and the outcomes you want within your organization? Again, how it does the work, and who does this have a proposal, have an ability to impact? So going back to the example with the minimum wage, it starts with a simple question: why would there have been a conversation about minimum wage? And I would ordinarily, if we were in normal space, we'd all be sitting at a table together, and I'd be teasing out the answers from you, why you think there would be a need for minimum wage. But I will share with you some of the things that come up. People will often say, well, higher pay is better, right? Or they'll say people want to have more disposable income, or they'll say, many things. And eventually somebody will mention improved standard of living. And so the thing to hold here is that they're all related, but to say higher wages because they're better or to say more money is good is a different thing to say we want to have an improved standard of living. And so just hold that distinction, because what starts to happen as you go down these steps, you recognize different things will result, different choices will be made based on what it is the desired result as you want. So initially in the case of Seattle, they were talking about, well, more wages is better for people to have more disposable income. They ultimately came back to the real desired result was an improved standard of living for people who had been struggling, who were marginalized, and that became very important. So just hold that thought for a moment. But that is the discernment you want to go through to figure out exactly what it is you're trying to create. Which leads you to the notion of the community and performance data and what the data tells us. Now, there are a few things to hold when we think about data. We talked about this a little bit earlier. The data has to be disaggregated by race, right? If we're trying to improve outcomes by racial groups, we can't know that we're doing that if we haven't disaggregated the data. We also know that we have to make sure that there's data at the community level, right? The place we're trying to affect, data that's available at the level of the organization that's doing the work, that performance data, and making sure we collect that. We recognize that we have to know what we know and actually understand what we might not know, because that means there's data that's missing. So it's critical to understand the data gaps as well. And there's some questions we want to be able to answer effectively when we're going through the second step in the process. And for those who have been through the process, they'll tell you this data part can be maddening because you recognize there's so much information out there we don't have access to that really makes an incomplete picture. Often that is the most important part of the data collection, is figuring out what we're missing. But these are the questions that we really want to ask ourselves. Will the proposal have impacts in specific areas? And if so, what are the demographics of people who live in those areas? What populations are being affected? What population level data tells us, what does it tell us about the existing inequities that are there? What does it tell you about the root causes that are influencing those inequities? And then again, what's our performance level data? How are we doing? What do we need to do differently in order to be able to change the way we're doing business? And then, are there data gaps? What additional data would help us understand this work? So going back to that example, again, for the city of Seattle, when they were thinking about this minimum wage campaign, and it was community and government folks who were working on this at the time, they started to look at the data, and some of the data was around what small businesses were doing around, how they would handle a minimum wage increase, looking at how what populations were suffering or under the kind of poverty level or right at poverty. They were looking at performance of large employers. There was a whole range of data they were looking at, and it helped them to understand who they should talk to as they explored further producing a minimum wage campaign. And so they also looked at what their role in that, everybody looked at what their role in that would be as they pulled the data up as well. And so it's very important to be very thorough about how you do this level of the work. That got them to this notion of community engagement and the opportunities to expand engagement. And it's really important here to know when we do, just for point of context, how important community engagement is. When we work with jurisdictions over the course of a year and spend a day a month with them, 2 of those days are about the relationship with community, how we redefine that relationship. And so, not surprisingly, it's an important part of the tool itself and how you do that. So we have to ask ourselves how communities have been engaged, what opportunities are to expand engagement. We're never satisfied that we've met or reached everyone we need to reach. This is this orientation we have towards continually wanting to have a broader sense connection to community. We know that the process for engagement is really critical, as well as the folks who are engaged in that mix. And so we have to use different kinds of tactics. This is great that we're having the study session, the great turnout from the community, but if this were the only way you were collecting data for a process, it would not be a very good process, right? And so what are the existing vehicles and mechanisms where community is active, where you can be there? How can your institution really come to the place where community is? All of the processes that we've used to improve our community engagement tactics come into play when we're doing this analysis and finding out what information that communities have that we don't have around their experience with the issue of the proposal in question. And so this is a really important, and we look at how we use trusted advocates. Sometimes we ourselves as government will not be able to be in the spaces with community, so people who are part of community, who are trusted, who can bring that information back becomes important. We look at large meetings, we look at small meetings. This is just a serious press to figure out how, in fact, we make sure we're getting all the information we need. And so those core questions, again, that come up are, who are the community members who have been most impacted by this project or potentially, and have they been involved? And if not, how do we involve them? What has the process told us about the benefits or burdens for that group, for other groups as well? What has our engagement told us about the factors that produce or perpetuate inequity? And what did that engagement tell us that we didn't know before from the data? And you're always triangulating from all the feedback that you get from community to understand kind of the center of how this work fits together. And then what additional outreach can really be done to help you with that? And sometimes that engagement will happen even as you keep moving forward. So to go back to the Seattle minimum wage example, when they got to the community engagement, it was informed, as it should be, by the data. And so they talked to dozens of stakeholders and hundreds of residents, and there were some themes that came out, but a couple of big ones. Small businesses said, this makes a lot of sense, but if you do this too quickly, we'll go out of business. We just don't know how we could prepare for this. We need technical assistance. We need to figure out ways that you could actually do this, that we can actually get this money circulating back in communities so that we can actually utilize that and have the infrastructure to be able to address this. And so that started to influence the proposed strategy. The thing that residents told them that was really interesting was they're like, yes, more income is good, but we have to look out for what they started to refer to as the benefits cliff. There was a certain level at which they could improve people's income, but actually have them disqualify for benefits and reduce their standard of living. And so it's a strange paradox where they had to make sure that the wage would be sufficient, that it wouldn't push people off of public support, which they wanted to do, but not have them caught in that in-between purgatory where they wouldn't actually be able to improve their standard of living. So that also affected the way in which they designed the policy. So as they actually got to this notion of the actual strategy and mitigating for unintended consequences and looking at benefit and burden, they did a couple things that were really important, and you saw this in the nuance of the proposal earlier. They actually had the policy graduate, so it took several years, I think 6 or 7 years, to get to full scale for smaller employers. Gave them a chance to actually get that money circulating in communities. There was a technical assistance fund that helped support small businesses work this through. They actually, looked at the rate to make sure it didn't trap people in that kind of in-between land as they were going forward. And there were a number of other things they did as well. And so the policy reflected a kind of nuance that if they had just said, we want a strong number for this, they in fact may not have achieved that. And so it has thus far has worked out pretty well. There have been a few articles and reports and studies saying it's progressing well. I think the process ends in 2021 where they finally get to the stable rate. One of the things that was interesting, though, was that often when people, when there were campaigns, for or against minimum wage, and people have different positions on it, the first thing people will say who are against is, oh, small businesses won't like this. Well, in Seattle, the small businesses came out and said, we're good with this because there's actually a thoughtful approach to it. And so it actually helped to the strategy of making sure it was more palatable to move this policy. So just use that as an example to show how much complexity and nuance there can be in these kinds of decisions as we look at them. Ordinarily, I will say that doing a racial equity analysis or an equity analysis the first few times takes a lot of time and energy, right? You want to build the ability of the people who are conducting it to have rigor, to really produce a thoughtful analysis, to really build the practice and discipline. And so it can take a team 3 or 4 months to go through this process, maybe even a little bit more. But over time, as people do this work more often, you start to build an understanding across the breadth of an agency. It starts to become part of the common practice, and it does start to build efficiency in how you do that work as well. So those are the first 3 steps, and I think we're a little ahead of time, so if you don't mind, I might say a bit about steps 4, 5, and 6, so you can get a feel for that. I already mentioned here, this is the step around strategy itself, and this notion that this is usually where we like to rush. What are we going to do? We've got a problem. I called it the step 4 conundrum. We can't resist going to step 4 because it's going to solve the issue. But of course, if we haven't done the first 3 steps, not necessarily the case. And so we think about benefit and burden here. We think about mitigating unintended consequences. We also think about the partners we need to have to make this work go. And so, just using the example again of transportation, will have effect on city planning. Will have effect on other departments. And so who do we need to be partnering with to make sure that our policy is effective? And of course, when you start having a policy that is a strategy that's that well nuanced, it's going to raise some questions about how you implement it, which leads us to the 5th step. What is your plan for implementation? And there are a few things to say about this. I'll just say really quickly, when we think about implementation, we want to know, is the plan realistic? Is the plan adequately funded? Does the plan resourced adequately with personnel, with the mechanisms to ensure that we're monitoring it properly and for ongoing data collection? And if the answer to any of those is no, we don't actually stop and say, okay, that's not going to work, which often was what happens. Sometimes we have a process and we get no on some of our checklists. We say, oh, that can't work. We figure out how we switch that no to yes. And so the implementation step really is about figuring out if we in fact think we have the right strategy, how do we make it viable from our own institutional perspective to make that strategy work? And so there can be a lot of time spent on this implementation piece. And Then the final step is really around how do we ensure accountability, communicate, and evaluate results. And this really gets into some of the things that would be common in strategic planning, making sure that the people who are affected are part of that conversation, that we're sharing with them our work along the way. Often in government, we take lots of feedback from the public, and then we do lots of really rich stuff with it, and we don't tell the community or share with them how we got where we got as a destination. And that phenomena is so frustrating for a community. And so there has to be some transparency and some regularity communication about what you're doing with the information you're getting from the community. The community's making a commitment to come out and to share this information with you in whatever venue it is. We have to make sure we honor and respect that by making sure they know how we use that information, how we evaluate our results. We can think it's a great idea, but if the data's showing us it's not working after the right amount of time, we need to make some adjustments. And then we have to figure out how we use that to circle back. I'll tell one quick story, and then I'll stop. I don't know if we have the ability for questions specifically on the steps, because I think that's clarification here is important. But I'll tell one quick story before I stop on the steps. Okay, we're going to wait for the end for that. I was working with the city. This is about 3 years ago. I won't name the city. I'll just say it was a large blue city in a red state. Don't try to figure it out. But anyway, we were there, and they invited us in, and it's southeast of here. Anyway, they invited us in to work with them, and they said, look, we're going to build a racial equity action plan. We want to have a plan for the city. But the community is so mad with us, we can't figure out why. So we agreed to come work with them, and we talked to more than 80 stakeholders, public and community. And they were right. This community was really mad with them. And as it turned out, there had been an activist council that had actually encouraged by proclamation to create a health equity tool for the health department. And they said, we want to see that because of community organizing pressure. They said, well, we'd like you to turn that into a racial equity tool. And the community organized really well and said, then make a racial equity action plan. So the city started off very well. They did a health equity plan. They worked with the health department. We talked to community members, and the community members were like, yeah, Dr. So-and-so was great. He really came out, he listened, this was really great. But that city manager's office, they just didn't care about this. They weren't serious about it. So we went back, and it turned out the handoff from the health department to the city manager's office to convert the plan had fallen through the cracks. There was a literal step in the process that had been missed, and it had been several weeks without action. It was a 2-page proclamation, by the way, and I honestly think somebody forgot to look at the second page of whereas and therefores, and they thought they had finished the work. And so the city was wanting to do this work, wanting to move forward. The narrative in community was they don't care, and there was just this horrible tension at this moment when the city was really positioning itself to try to make a change. So we tried to bridge that gap, and as it turns out, there was a happy end of the story. They ended up creating that action plan, creating an office, a position that focused on that, building in community. Community members became staff, and so they were able to bridge that gap. But the point I'm making is that the step around implementation is hugely critical. If you don't follow through in the steps that you need, even if you have a very viable strategy, you will create more trouble than it's worth. And so you have to make sure you're thinking all the steps of this through thoroughly, because each of them is critical for their own reason. And so I think with that, that's kind of the overview we wanted to do about the tool at this point. And I can just say ultimately, oops, going the wrong direction. That the thing to hold, and somebody mentioned this earlier, so that, again, this is as a result where they ended up with a really nuanced minimum wage plan, and I think we're seeing better results for low-income workers who are getting paid more now than they were before, but not getting trapped in that place where they could actually have a lower standard of living. So the thing that I would just say is, and somebody mentioned this earlier, you won't always have time to do the full-blown equity analysis, but we should always be asking ourselves this question: who's benefited, who's burdened by the decision? That step alone starts to change the orientation of how we think about our work, and actually starts to have us as an institution build a culture that's really results focused for all communities. And I think with that,
yeah, thanks, Dwayne. Really appreciate you helping us today. And I also wanted to thank all the staff that were involved with the presentations. I think you all did a great job. Really proud of you all, showing us the work that you're doing within our departments. You know, it's interesting. We talk a lot about being a lean city hall, and we are. And I think we as an organization are really good about looking at all of our policies and procedures and processes and making sure that we are doing them effectively. I think what we're talking about now is really about how we're doing them effectively and for whom. And I'll just quickly acknowledge three points and then turn it over to the mayor and the council and the community, because we're looking forward to hearing from you all. As you hopefully have seen today, a continued focus on organizational capacity building is very important. More access to data for evidence-based decision-making is important, and really creating a unified framework, I think, is going to be super important to us as we move forward. And I think it's important to acknowledge that this work doesn't end at any certain time, and as I mentioned earlier on, I think it's inherent to the way we do things in San Jose, but we can be more intentional about it. And certainly, the equity challenges of today won't be the same as they are tomorrow. And so a unified approach, I think, positions us better to be able to take on those challenges of tomorrow. And lastly, recently I attended the Large City Managers Executive Forum in Austin, Texas. And this subject was one of the biggest topics that we all talked about as city managers. And for me, two things really emerged from the conversations with all the other city managers. That this work is very important in local government and can be challenging in local government, but in local government is really where we have the opportunity to make the greatest difference, I think. And then the other one is a little bit of a pitfall. I learned a lot about how this issue can be very diverse for organizations, and it can be a trouble spot for organizations to work through. And so I think through these study sessions, we're really looking for this conversation with the council so that we have this unified framework moving forward. So thank you to everyone, and we look forward to hearing from the mayor, council, and community.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks again, Dwayne, for the excellent presentation. And thank you, Soma, Angel, and Lee, and all of the city team for the hard work to get us to this point. We know the work has just begun, but I think there's been an awful lot of great work that's been done just to set this up for us. I know many members of the community have come who would like to speak. I only have a small number of cards, though. So if you'd like to speak, just submit some yellow cards here in the front, and we'd be happy to call you up. And everyone has 2 minutes to speak, and then we're going to come back for council discussion and questions. Paul Soto, followed by Blair Beekman, Serena Alvarez, Catherine Hedges, and Winston from Party. Thank you.
I'm pissed. I'm angry. This entire conversation has devolved. We're going to go from what happened on December 3rd in Stephen Petey's comprehensive look at what happened in San Jose for 200 years, and then come to this. We must see racism for what it is, the myth of the superior and inferior race. It is the false and tragic notion that one particular group, one race, is responsible for all the progress and all the insights, and the theory that another race is depraved, innately impure, and innately inferior. In the final analysis, racism is evil because its ultimate logic is genocide, evidenced by the pesticides being freely sprayed on Mexican populations in this city. If one says, I am not good enough to live next door to him, redlining policies that existed in this city, to have a decent job or to go to school with him merely because of his race, he is saying unconsciously or consciously that I do not deserve to exist. That's what we're talking about here. Martin Luther King gave this speech at Stanford University, April 3rd, 1967, in this county. And he was talking about that racism equals genocide, that its logical conclusion is genocide. And we're not talking about that, man. We're not talking about the redlining policies that accumulated wealth amongst one specific group at the expense of another. And now that wealth is not being able to be passed down to the next generation. Man, I don't need no book club, man, or some kind of session to sit down. Well, I don't know whether or not, does racism really exist now? You know, does it not? You know, I don't need to ask those questions. I know what it feels like to experience that racism and the generational trauma that stems from it. Man, this is disgusting what happened here today.
Thank you, Paul. Welcome. Welcome, Serena.
Good afternoon. My name is Serena Alvarez. I'm the Executive Director of the Salvador E. Alvarez Institute for Nonviolence. I'm also the District 14 Director and State Board Member for California LULAC. I'm here to express my appreciation. Foremost, I want to make sure I say this very clearly. I've exhausted my polemic comments before coming today, and I appreciate the gentleman who preceded me because that was not remotely polemic in my mind. I vented pain angrily in advance of coming here out of respect for City Manager Dave Sykes and the courageous work that he's been doing, shepherding from the front at times and from the rear at times, and for courageous staff and the GARE cohort. So I'm here knowing that I have a responsibility. I have a responsibility to aid in advancing this process, not to keep us stumbling through it. So I want to call on council to raise the bar that we have before us, and come to consensus on enforcing the equity issues that we're developing here today. Electoral politics right now, for Latinos, we're either exploited or we're attacked. And I want to make sure I give you these quick points. Reed Hillview, after our last session, the county, you guys all considered Reed Hillview, right? The closing of it, and Avgas being leaded. All of us were shocked and dismayed to learn that, though many of us in the community already knew that. It was sued by a Senate candidate's law firm, Ann Ravel. Jim McManus took up. Pilots met with Ann Ravel in the summertime, and that deal went through. That they're now suing the county to have them stay open. And that's environmentally racist. I'm really exhausted by our community being treated this way as a matter of political footballism. What was said today about equitable asset allocation, that lawsuit says that we need an emergency operations spot. And what I want to make clear is that burden needs to be allocated appropriately. Our community takes the burden of way too many things, and this council stands to be able to address that. Join the county in supporting that airport being evaluated for alternative uses and end environmental racism in this valley, please.
Thank you. Welcome, Winston. After Winston is Blair Beekman, followed by Roma Dawson, Gina Gates, and Jennifer Turay.
So in 5 schools, we are organizing diversity inclusion luncheons, which will begin at Willow Glen High School tomorrow. And I just wanted to talk today about equity and access. Social justice and equity is an opportunity that is and has created a hot topic. I completely, I'm standing up here again because I always communicate that we need to hear the voice of young people, and we need to include them in equity and equality, and we don't. I grew up here, and that's why I advocate for kids who constantly live here. I stated this year to the city council in this room that youth need to be included in these conversations and in these studies. So what I am here telling you today is, you better sign me up. Get my number, and we'll begin to include young people so you can hear their voice. The party program will organize an event that is led by youth, which you'll all be invited to in the fall. I serve youth, and I need them to hear your conversation so they could be integrated in your conversation. And so as I leave here today, like I said, I need your card. When we include our young people, we include our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for extending the offer. Mr. Beekman, Blair, followed by Roma. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm very hopeful of both Council Hal Arena's suggestions and city staff response at RAOEG OG January 22nd, 2020. They discussed the ideas of creating a community meeting process throughout San Jose in 2020 about the term equity, and to ask for community thoughts and input in how they feel the term equity can be better defined for the future of San Jose. Equity is an issue that is being asked to find something of its beginning and its roots across the country at this time. At this time, each city can work to develop their own important ideas of what the term equity can be about. I hope this can be an open, long-term public project for all of us. I feel some of the roots of this question is how can the same opportunities be given to people of low income who often cannot have the same good choices others may have in this country. I hope this can be a good, open, good work in progress project we can all contribute to and add to as a community. To mention community technology in terms of both equality and equity, I think my continual work and open of accountability with technology practices, with better civil rights and civil protections, can simply be some of the better ideas of local community practices and reasoning, and can invite the ideas of responsibility, better organization, better democratic practices, stability, peace, and community sustainability. These are ideas and skills that everyone from both upper and lower incomes can learn about. I very much feel these ideas and concepts can help bridge the digital divide and simply create good community practices. I ask yourselves at this time, I hope the community can bring their input to all these questions of equity, and we can all work towards how all boats can rise in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Roma Dawson from District 1. And I am a member of the Arts Commission, as many of you know, but please be aware I am speaking as an individual only today. I do have 3 other members of the Arts Commission that are part of the ad hoc committee on equity and access. When I was listening to the start of this meeting at home, I heard the city manager say, I thought he said, welcome the dear people, DEAR. And everyone working on this equity issue is very dear to me. And I am thinking of the great Blanca Alvarado, who really demanded that council start focusing on this issue in the late 80s and early 90s. I read in my research that arts are viewed as an on-ramp to equity. And I celebrate the Office of Cultural Affairs for the tremendous work they have done on this issue. Take a look at their funding portfolio and how it has changed. We have much more to do and are anxious to help in the work. I think the city manager really hit the nail on the head in the very opening comments, and I couldn't agree more. He said our approach has been fragmented. We've done a lot of talk. I would urge you all to think about how to come up with an approach that is unified, that has clearly defined work products, benchmarks, and accountability back to council. And I applaud you all really for having these 2 sessions. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Try, welcome. Followed by Gina Gates, David Lopez, Mitualapilli. Please forgive me if I just mispronounced your name, and Tamara Alvarado.
Good afternoon, Council. So I'm here today representing different aspects of the work that I do, and I want to name each of them because I actually have things to share related to each of these roles. Number 1, I am the Director of Learning and Member Engagement for the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. And so part of my role today is here to represent the nonprofit community. And I want to be, first of all, very appreciative that we're at this point in the city of San Jose working on race equity issues and addressing this very directly and intentionally. I want to offer the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits as a partner in all of this work that you're doing, because we understand how important it is to convene the community and to really get the input. And I love that we were talking so much about community engagement today. And so, again, I want to offer our partnership. I also want to encourage you to reach out and really leverage the power that our nonprofits have to offer, because there's so many awesome organizations that have been working on these issues very, very hard, and they've got so much experience in this and have figured out so many different ways to approach race equity in so many different aspects of our community that I really urge you to just keep in mind. We are here, we will work with you, and you can call on us at any time. So another role that I'm here to represent is as an adjunct professor for the Master of Social Work program at San Jose State University. I'm teaching the social policy analysis class, and I missed my opportunity to talk in December at this meeting because I had to leave early to pick up my son from school. But I wanted to say how excited I am about the fact that the city of San Jose is taking on these efforts. This is what I teach my students about. This is what I'm teaching future social workers about, and helping them to understand that there is a way to make social justice, to take social justice action and turn it into systemic change. And so I'm very proud of the fact that the city of San Jose is doing this.
Thank you.
Couple of other things, really quickly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, time expired. Sorry. Thank you. Welcome, Jean.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Council. So nice to see you, and I'm so happy that we're discussing this very important issue. It just so happened that I had a situation that I think is very pertinent here that happened to me this week. I was informed that the Viva Gaia San Jose, that the section where I grew up in, which was over Barrio Horseshoe by Sacred Heart, that was my church, you know, baptized, confirmation, quinceañera, that was my place. Washington Elementary, last class to attend Woodrow Wilson. I mean, we're talking way back. The first gals soccer team from model cities, probably way before you guys were around. But anyhow, what was alarming to me was that my area had been changed to Soda, south of something, when our area is called Washington Guadalupe District. It's been that for a long time. And so for many of us, there's a lot of pride there. So anyhow, what I did was I tried to reach out to who's responsible. This is what happened. I called the city of San Jose's main number to get to a department. I got a recorded message to hold or check the San Jose website. Finally, after 15 minutes, someone answered the phone. The guy was nice, but I could hear more talking behind him, like a call center. So I asked him, where is he located? He tells me he's in Pune, India. He also tells me they have been answering the phones for San Jose for a few months. So what has our city come to? Taking away jobs from local folks who are having a hell of a time making ends meet and sending these jobs to India. There's the information. We need to do better than that. 125 people agree with me on Facebook in the Willow Glen Facebook page. San Jose should not be turning out jobs like that to India. We have people here who need jobs, and a lot of those people are Latinos. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Welcome, David.
Mayor Liccardo, honorable council members and staff and people from the community. It's a pleasure to be before you today to make a couple of comments. One is a lifetime educator and former president of National Hispanic University here in San Jose. And speaking of the National Hispanic University, we served underprepared, underfinanced, under-resourced students and helped them become leaders. Talk about equity. And we did that for 20 years in this community. I would say, reflecting on my experiences, that the work you're talking about here today is overdue. It's time we do it, and it's important that we do it not for altruistic reasons, but for self-preservation. We need to make sure that everyone in this community is benefiting, and hopefully, from the discussion that I'm hearing and the excitement and some of the things that are being shared, we'll come up with a prototype, not only to help San Jose, but other cities in this area that are in dire need. We're in the Silicon Valley and the innovation center of the world. We should be coming up with some great solutions, not only for people of color here, but people of color throughout the state and the nation. And I think we need to think big as we can, because the opportunity is before us, and it's needed. Thank you very much for giving me this time.
Thank you. Welcome, Tamara.
Hey. Hi, everyone. First, I wanted to say thank you. I told Sam after the last session that it exceeded my expectations because I felt that the consultants didn't pander to you all as consultants typically do when they're here, to you, the mayor, and to the rest of you. And I truly believe that. A lot of consultants come and they pander to the city council and the mayor, and so you didn't. So that's good. I have found this to be really helpful, very educational, and I think that you should know, if you don't know already, that in philanthropy, where I am working from now as executive director of the Leo M. Shortino Family Foundation, RIP Mr. Shortino, who he may not necessarily know, he doesn't know what we're doing now. And what we're doing now at the foundation is really hard work. And what I'm saying to you is that I realize how hard this is. Granted, your institution is quite large, much larger than the foundation. And at Shortino, we're definitely in the diversity part of the conversation. And so I just want to make sure that you know that, for what it's worth, that it's difficult, but we're here in this together. And that in terms of local philanthropy, the conversations that I'm now a part of with entities such as Hewlett and Packard that are global funders, this is incredibly important. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. After our next speaker is Susan Price and Catherine Hedges.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council people, members. My name is Mitlal Pili, born and raised here in San Jose, also a community leader, part of an Aztec dance community here in San Jose, Calpuli Tonaleque. And I want to say congratulations to a great start and a great conversation. And being a leader here in the community, I know it's not easy to make everybody happy, but it's the work that we need to do. I just want to say, hearing the discussion, the question is, where do the native people of this land and of this country, where do we fit into this equation? I think it's really important that we take that into consideration. That's where we start. Historically, with the founding of this nation, that's where the racism and the discrimination started. With the Trail of Broken Treaties, and still today with environmental racism, like the issues that happen at Standing Rock. And some people may say, well, the Native people are no longer around, or they're a very small population. But the Native Mexican community here in California is very large. Today we're known as Hispanics or Latinx, but that's not really who we are. We are Native people from Mexico. And we were here before the borders were here. So our community is here, our community is strong, and our youth are re-embracing our culture. So when we go on this journey to include our local tribes, our local Native community, and we want to invite you also all to participate in our New Year at Emma Prush Park, Mexican New Year, March 14th and 15th. So thank you for doing this work, and we look forward to working with you all in the future. Thank you. Homateo.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Susan. After Susan is Catherine Hedges, Karina Herrera Loera, and Scott Neese.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, City Council members. My name is Susan Price Jang, and I live in the Rose Glen neighborhood just east of City College. And I want to talk briefly about we ought to be looking at tools to fight inequity. In my neighborhood, within 2 blocks of my home, there are 4 houses that don't house my neighbors anymore. 2 of them are Airbnbs. I think maybe 3 of them are Airbnbs, and 1 of them is just plain empty. I'm seeing homes in my house being sold by realtors as investments, not as places for people to live. So I took the addresses of these houses near my home to city records, and I found that the 4 homes in question are owned by people in Cupertino and Saratoga. So what is happening is that people from wealthy cities nearby are colonizing our neighborhood. And that means that families can't compete to buy these homes. The result is we have a school district with falling enrollment. I think that we need to do something about this. We need to tax empty homes. We need to limit the number of Airbnbs. Houses should be about families and people living in them. They should not be investments that then kind of, and I think the word is appropriate, colonize other people's neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and the council and our consultants. I'm really glad the city has embarked on this work of creating equity in the city, and it seems like a good start. I hope you can continue to improve the process based on input from the different communities of color who've undergone systemic racism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After Karina is Scott Neese, It looks like, I can't read the writing, but I think it's Maria Fuentes and Chava Bustamante.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Corina Herrera Loera. I am the Vice President for the Alum Rock Union Elementary School District and also a Deputy Probation Officer in our community, and most proudly a mother of an 11-year-old, also a part of Calpulito Naleque. I am here representing all of those hats, but most importantly, mother of my daughter, who is brown and beautiful, and she is living in the East Side, flourishing, and unfortunately, all of our children don't have that same opportunity. So I'm here also speaking on their behalf. Unfortunately, I see many of them enter the juvenile hall system, the juvenile justice system, and when I review their records, when I review the way that they grew up and the community that they grew up and the lack of resources that they did not receive, it really makes me really sad that that's still happening, in our community today. So I look forward to continuing to partner with you all. I know this morning we opened up a family resource center. It was great to see Maya there and Mr. Camis. And, I heard a mother speak about really finding out that her child didn't have his eyesight at 2 years old, that she was able to get those services there. And it's things like that that will help our children in the long run, and really building that cradle to career, which is something I heard this morning, that we need to be a part of that cradle to career and really break that narrative that we currently have as prison, a pipeline that we have from school to prison in our East Side community. And then, again, I know my colleagues and my friends have already mentioned it, but we really need to break down, the thousands of years, where we've come from, really healing from that, right? To see where we've been, to then move forward. And I look forward to being a part of that healing work that gets to be done. And I am happy to see each and every one of you at the different events, really putting, your action into this work that's important for all of us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. After Scott, again, Maria Fuentes, Chava Bustamante, and Sylvia Alvarez.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council, Scott Neese, San Jose Downtown Association. This has been very educational for me, both the December meeting on this subject and then today. Really appreciated our facilitator, Dwayne, acknowledging our affirmation banners downtown. Those are the type of words and intention that we inspire to as a community. And I also loved hearing about the data and how small businesses played into it, because I know when we started our organization, there was a lot of thought on representing a group of folks who really are, how do I pay the rent this month? They're not looking downstream, so you really have to produce for them all the time. And it's, I'll be talking to somebody in San Pedro Square and they'll say, oh, it's nice, I thought you were in the SOFA district or the historic district. So I appreciate the challenges that we have spreading our services over a geographic area and being equitable in that distribution. And there's a new term that I've been hearing from some of the millennials for people who look like me, old white guys, that we're stale, pale, and male. Well, I can't do anything about my paleness. I can't do anything about my maleness, but I don't have to be stale. And that's what the work that we're doing today. It's hard work, but we're listening, you're listening, and we're doing this because we do have unfair biases in our community, and we don't want unintended consequences when we're expanding the downtown or doing construction projects. And we have to think about these very, very tough issues, and I love that we're doing it together.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Maria Fuentes, and I live here in San Jose since 1971, and I'm on the San Jose Evergreen Community College Board. I'm a trustee. I live in District 8. I initially lived in District 3 before there was a District 3. And as I was listening, I really like the model that the city is using to address equity. And as I was listening, I was really excited, and I was thinking how I could take this information back to our district to see how we can partner or go along in the same direction with what you're doing. However, when the first speaker, I think he's still here, spoke up, and he talked about racism and injustice. It hit me, and I said, this is really critical, that we do this correctly and do it right. I read something yesterday, and I wish I could give you the name of the person that said it. I just happened to read it. But what it said is that you cannot have democracy if you don't have social justice. And I think maybe some of you listened to the Academy Awards and listened to Joaquin Phoenix and what he had to say. This is what all of you are doing in the city is very impressive in terms of the process and this model that you're using. However, it's really important to address racism and to address the social injustice in our community. And we see it every day, and it keeps getting worse. And we're fearful. I personally am very fearful what this will be for the next generations. I see our city changing, and we're making progress. But remember, we have incredible levels of social injustice, racism, discrimination going up. I worked doing this kind of work for 40 years in the public mental health system. So I know that you need to change within the system. You need to make these changes that were talked about today in planning, transportation, et cetera, and they're incredibly impressive. But we cannot lose sight of the work that needs to be done around social injustice and racism and exclusion and all the things that have happened to our community.
Thank you.
Over history. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Alvarez.
Good afternoon. I want to thank City Manager Mr. Sykes for opening up this whole issue of equity. It came about from some of us sitting with you, talking about how it affects the different experiences of our young people who are undocumented and those who are. But I also want to come before you because I am very disturbed. I am from District 8, where I have Sylvia running running again. And I received a mailer on Friday where someone, well, the SVO PAC sent out a mailer with her with darkened skin. That to me is appalling. To have someone take her and demean her as though being dark is something to be suspicious of. If we're going to start to look at the practices that we have, we need to look at the people that are going to be running. And if they use those kinds of practices, how do we expect them to conduct themselves? And I served personally with that person for 8 years. And I know personally that we were always at war because his idea of equity was not my idea of equity. So saying that, I want to say that where I come from, there is definitely disparity. My upper end are one of the wealthiest in this county, and I have the poorest that I have, like Alum Rock, very poor families. They don't have a community park. Sylvia's turned Welch Park into our small little community park, revitalized it, painted it, had a little library in there. While we have 2 community parks. We have the one over there by Evergreen Valley, and then we have the one, and then we have 2 nice libraries. Nothing available for the families who live on the flatlands. When we talked about it, and I tried to get Rose Herrera to move something closer to those families because they don't have access to cars where they go. She said the village square was better. It would bring more business to that area because people would go into the library, would go and shop around. So again, those people were left without a library, and it's very important for them to increase their reading abilities, and they wanted a library. So yes, I'm glad you're addressing this. It's been long overdue. I'm shaking because I am so grateful that it's starting, and I appreciate the departments who started looking at what was going on in their departments and coming to grips with the fact that there is a problem. And yes, there's going to be a lot of resistance because as a school board member, when I brought forth those issues, a lot of resistance, but I had a working board. The board that I left was not a working board. It was always at odds with what was the right thing to do. But I thank you very much for beginning the process. And
thank you. Welcome, Chava.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good afternoon.
Salvador Bustamante with Latinos United for New America. First, I want to say that it makes me feel very optimistic that the city is really, in my opinion, taking serious this issue of equity. I live in the city since 1984, and I've been a social justice warrior almost all of my life since 1979. And to see that our city, that you folks in this council are really, considering this issue as something that is going to benefit the people who live in this great city, makes me hopeful. I also, want to recognize again, I did it the first time that we had this, the last time that we had this session, but I want to thank the council members Esparza, Jimenez, Carrasco, Arenas, and Perales for initiating this conversation. I think that if they had not, talk about this issue, I don't know where, if we would be here today talking about these things. My hope is that the things that the city is already doing in terms of the internal departments of the city, that work would be extended to other members of the city, and that we have a process where leaders in this community have a chance to also express our opinions about how we want this process to work with our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Those are all the cards I have. Does anyone want to speak that hasn't spoken yet? Okay, I know there's going to be obviously much more work and many more community gatherings ahead, so there will be more opportunity, but I want to make sure everyone's had a chance to speak. All right, coming back to the council, Councilmember Jimenez.
I saw other folks have their, I was surprised I'm going first, so thank you, Mayor, I appreciate it. Thank you everyone for all the work that you've been doing. I suspect some of my questions are going to be similar to questions that are going to come up, but I'll just go ahead and ask this question now, but I do believe that this is probably something you're going to be asked time and time again, but where do we go from here? What are the next steps? And I'm trying to wrap my head around that, is to sort of what the trajectory is here. And I'm not sure if that's for you, Dave, or...
Well, I'm looking for some help as well. I think we do plan on taking some of our cues from what we hear today. I think we were pretty deliberate about making sure there was plenty of time for everyone to participate, community council, and I mean, so we are looking to take some cues from this discussion today. And obviously, the budget process is upon us, and so there's opportunities there. But I want to give the staff a chance to kind of...
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Jimenez. One of the things that we've spent a great deal of time, Zulma, myself, and Angel Rios, really since November, is interacting with a lot of our colleagues in other cities who had been through the normalizing phase, and folks like Dwayne to really kind of figure out San Jose's next step. So you'll see that come forward in the budget process based off of this conversation. I think the importance to, where we are in that cycle, where we are, where we should be, and where we've started that, and the normalizing, and the importance of capacity building, being data driven, and most importantly, the conversation with the community are three things that we're going to focus in as an administration through that process.
Okay, I have some follow-up questions, but I'll leave some for my colleagues. So I'm just going to move on and just ask Mr. Marsh, Dwayne Marsh. I appreciated all the information, your enthusiasm, your knowledge. I have to admit that, certainly being a brown person, an immigrant to this country, I'm learning as I go as well, right? Some of the stuff that you've described, at least for me growing up, is, and you probably can relate to this, but it's stuff you feel that you can't always pinpoint, okay, this is why this happened, or that's why that happened. And so I very much appreciate you sort of bringing some of that to light. The question I have for you, and there's a few, but, the recent Mexico, the president of Mexico, when he was elected not 2 years ago, or whenever that was, it seems like a while ago, he said something in Spanish, and I'll repeat it in English, obviously, but he said something along the lines of, por el bien de todo, primero los pobres, and that meant for the betterment of everyone, first the poor, right? And so in thinking about everything that we're talking about, what I'm curious about is, I know that race is sort of the way we're leading this conversation, which I think is important, but what I'm wondering is there, because I've heard some arguments, well, maybe we should focus just solely on the poor, and that's naturally going to encapsulate and bring and scoop up a lot of these folks that would fit within some of these groups that we're trying to assist, and recognizing that they have some challenges. What do you think about that?
And it's a question really about, is it a choice between dealing with the poor and dealing with race discrimination as a frame?
Right.
Yeah, they're inextricably linked. Unfortunately, we can see the proxy for race and poverty so bound. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we're intersectional beings, and the reason we can't let go of race is because if you're dealing with people who are poor and of color, there is actually an additional barrier they're facing. And so what we find is, by dealing with racial inequities, it actually produces better outcomes across those issues around poverty and class as well. And I think there's great alliance and solidarity that's available in that work. So I think that my response would be, don't get caught in the trap of feeling like we have to make a choice of either or. Use the racial equity analysis to see where disproportionality is happening, stay committed to economic justice issues, and it's a win-win for everybody.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it, and especially the part where you mentioned that they're inextricably linked, and I see them that way as well. I just wanted to see if I could get your opinion on it. You know, the other thing I'm going to ask you about is more, obviously, the whole city isn't in this room, and we're listening, we're learning, I'd like to think, and there certainly is a much more education that needs to take place citywide, quite frankly. Our residents and residents across the city need to better understand this and why we're even spending time doing this. How do you, would you have any advice to council members that frequently field questions of, why are we focusing on race? I'm colorblind, I don't see color. And the other challenge that we've had, to be very frank and honest, is that there have been some folks that think we're sort of, in a very bad way, inserting race into a conversation that doesn't need to have race. And I've been the recipient of emails and text and Facebook comments of, things of that nature. And so do you have any advice on how to handle some of that critique?
That was one question in 9 parts.
Yeah, I know.
But I'll say a couple.
It's a problem.
I'll say a couple things. One is, unfortunately, the data's on our side, right? People can say, what they will, but when you look at data consistently across almost every measure or metric, we see disproportionate impact for people of color in all of our important outcomes. And so for your role as a jurisdiction, you can't fulfill your mission if certain people aren't part of that success you're seeing for the city. And so that obligation is front and foremost. And that's really, I think, and it should embolden you to be able to lean into these issues and not feel like you're compromising anything to do that. The other thing I would say is that often when people say, I don't see color, what they're meaning is essentially, I don't want color to affect how I make my choices or judgment. We all see color. It's physiological proven. It's a brain function, right? And so that's just about exposure and education and conversation that needs to happen so people can get past, in some ways, just this guilt around this huge disparities we exhibit, and recognize doing that will get us to more collective solutions. The thing I would say is there are amazing kind of resources, reading list, data that's available to help people get into shared space. I love that today the comments came from residents, from your business association, from philanthropy, from an educator. That's who you need to having this conversation, is everyone. And so I feel like this is 270 people. I mean, but that can permeate the depth of the conversation you need to be having to have this be citywide.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The other question, obviously, there was a mention of the budget. This whole discussion emerged through last year's budget process, and that's sort of how we got here. And so, can you just touch on what experiences you've seen and things you've seen in other cities and how they've, and to the extent you can, but how they manage this process and whether it really, in fact, because I suspect it does, take some resources committed to moving this issue forward?
Yeah, I mean, the big resource is time and staff investment to build understanding of how to apply the analysis to your budget process. And what I would say is, I guess, twofold. I mean, I had that slide early and often, right? When do you apply this? Like, you may be partway through your budget process, but it's not too late to start thinking about having departments do analysis to understand what the impacts are of their choices now. Because some people might be able to make adjustments, others will learn as they go into the next cycle, they could start in a different way. And so building the competency of anybody who has any influence in the budget is that top priority. And then just to do an analysis on the collective impact of where your budget decisions happen overall. And as a council, you hear from the community if they're seeing the difference, right? And so there's this great relationship you need to have between the administrative branch of government who's doing the in-the-trench work and the technical analysis, and your role is the interface with public to find out and triangulate if all the efforts are making a difference. What I would say, as I mentioned before, is this doesn't have to be an 8 or 10 or 12-year process to figure it out. This is really now 1 or 2 cycles we start to see, are we doing the kinds of work we need to do? And who can we turn to be able to get solutions and answers? I mean, I'll say this, I think it was Phoenix, yes. I was in Phoenix about 2 months ago, and the city manager kicked off a process with the city there, and he said, we are behind the curve. Denver is doing this. Austin is doing this. San Jose is doing this. So you guys, in taking this step, are starting to build a kind of momentum and expectation that jurisdictions will do this. And so there are allies out there amongst you in your same kind of population band who could be really helpful in thinking about how they're making their way through it as well.
Okay. And then just the final question I have for you is, you know, I have heard comments in the past, not recently, but in the past, about that this issue and the word equity is so obscure, so abstract. Like, how do you study it? How do you get to the bottom? It's like studying freedom or other, you know, justice. Like, what does that mean, right? What are your thoughts on that?
So I won't say how many years I've been working on equity issues because that would, you know, embarrass me by the grades that aren't showing yet. But I will say this. Why I've enjoyed, I left federal service to come work at Race Forward because we were explicit about race and racial equity. And one reason that I did that is because when we are explicit about that, the data does not allow us to compromise the term, right? So I remember smart growth came on the scene. It was a big thing. No apologies to anybody who's a fan of smart growth. But at a certain point, the term got fuzzy, right? Because it wasn't clear exactly what we meant. Equity itself can mean a lot of things, but when we say racial equity, we can very specifically identify what we mean, and we can use data to understand if we're making progress or not. And it's a strength of the work, and it serves those who care about equity in general. So I just think data is our friend. The story it tells us may not be good, but it helps us to maintain the rigor as we keep the work going forward.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for spending time with us and educating us. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. You know, Councilmember Jimenez raised several very important questions. I want to come back to you in just a moment. Before I do that, I just want to acknowledge first, thank many of the members of the community who are here for being here, and for those who spoke as well for your words. And Winston Ashby was one of our first speakers who mentioned the importance of including young people. And I just wanted to say thank you to Winston. I'm not sure if he's still here, but also to all of you who are going to be engaged in some way or another in helping us build bridges to members of the community who are not feeling heard, who want to be part of this process and want to help us do better. And so I just want to say that in advance because I know there are many people who are here who are already deeply engaged in that work. And then secondly, I know that Gina Gates raised some concerns, and I just received a text from Rob about a couple of the concerns she raised. Apparently, this issue about call service being offshored, the work being offshored, there was a contractor we had that apparently offshored their overflow work without our knowledge or consent, and we are going out and rebidding that contract, so that will not be the case for long. And I know there was a suggestion that there's been some renaming of the Washington Guadalupe neighborhood. To my knowledge, there has been no such renaming. I think Councilmember Perales would have a few objections to that. I think he'll answer that more fully. But I think that was a term used by some other agency, certainly not by the city. We're not looking to rename historic important neighborhoods in our community. I want to follow up on a question that was raised by Councilmember Jimenez, because I think this is really important given our legal constraints, Mr. Marsh. As you know, we absolutely need to talk about race in the context of equity and in many contexts. But as you know, we're legally prohibited from using race as a basis for decision making. And so, you know, as you put it, we're intersectional beings. There's obviously a very high correlation between poverty and race. And if that were not the case, I suspect this conversation would not be so important as it is. And so it seems as though as we're having this conversation, we need to then put in place policies, modes of operation, and actions that reflect acknowledgement that we have a racial divide in this city. And we need to do so in a way that still complies with what we know our legal obligations are. And we certainly have, you know, we have a number of programs we can all point to that we've launched in the last 4 or 5 years around providing teens jobs in the summertime and eliminating costs to college for low-income students, for 1,600 students, or after-school programs in low-income neighborhoods, or a digital inclusion initiative. None of those have race explicitly in any criteria or in the policy, but obviously there's an intent. So the question is, how do we make the leap for the community and for ourselves that when we have pushed an initiative that we hope will have some benefit to address fundamental issues of poverty and economic inequality, that there is intention there that is also focusing on race?
So I presume you're referring to Prop 209 in terms of the legal prohibitions on addressing race. When I was at HUD, we were starting a new program called the Office of Sustainable Communities. And we were a new office. We were trying to do some progressive things, including a different level of community engagement, investing in equity in communities for long-range planning. And we got these words from people in the building: oh, you can't do that because of the HUD Reform Act. Oh, you can't do that because of the HUD Reform Act. And so after a few weeks of this, we're like, we got to go back and read this HUD Reform Act. And we went back and read it. And it turned out most of what people were saying we couldn't do, we actually could. But the HUD Reform Act, which came in 1989, had taken on a lore of its own, right? And it actually had become a way to not do things, right? Because people just say, oh, that's going to run across the HUD Reform Act. I tell this story because while Prop 209 had some fundamental impacts on what we're allowed to do in the public sector around issues of race, it is not as exhaustive as we think it is. The lore has overtaken the reality. And so one of the things that we do when we train jurisdictions is we bring in a scholar who actually has studied this case extensively and the casework that's followed from it to be clear about what you can't do, but also be clear about what you can. And it's an amazing conversation. I've witnessed it now about 8 or 9 times. I'm still trying to figure it out entirely. But it's an amazing conversation for the light bulbs to go off for public sector workers to recognize what is completely legal and plausible that will serve the interest of race and poverty and remain legal, and understand what the law doesn't allow you to do. And so what I would say is, as your team is finding its way to solutions, consult with legal expertise about the real constraints of that law, and make sure that you're not inhibiting yourself any further than you have to.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I should mention some of those initiatives and others also really came out of the My Brother's Keeper initiative.
One other thing I would just mention as well, I believe, now, as I mentioned, I left the organization 2 weeks ago, so who knows at the moment, but I believe there are now 37 jurisdictions in California that are part of that 200 members of GARE.
Right.
So you have a lot of colleagues who are wrestling with this exact same issue.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And appreciate being part of the network. Thank you for your former team's work and your work. And then finally, just around the tool, the data tool, you mentioned that the organization that you came from had a good data tool. One tool that I know Work to Future was working with came from a nonprofit It's called the Social Progress Imperative or Social Progress Initiative. And I'm just wondering, I don't pretend to know one from another. Do you have any views on that particular data tool?
I don't know that one well enough to know, but what I will say is about why I think the one that your team is using is a good one is because it was developed in part with government as early back as when Seattle was doing this work, and it's really being field tested in all kinds of political and economic climates around the country right now. So you're using a field of practice that is literally being defined by jurisdictions who are committed to this work in the moment. And so it's nothing wrong with looking at other tools as well, but there's a high degree of confidence that this is a good tool to use.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you. Thank you as well to our community members who have come out today to participate with us, and to our staff for helping us along, and Mr. Dwayne Marsh as well for being here with us today. I want to thank my colleagues too, and specifically, as was mentioned earlier, Councilmember Esparza, Jimenez, Carrasco, and Arenas, as we worked together last year, not necessarily knowing initially that first question about where we wanted to go, because we all may have had different interpretations. We hadn't had that that initial leveling of understanding, the shared understanding. But knew indeed that we saw an interest in change for equity, and that we did not see it being addressed here within the city on a large scale. We may indeed have individual programs to be proud of that attempt to address different issues, but certainly not an overall framework. Certainly not a way that we look at the budget, divvy out resources, you name it. And so I think, and it's no secret, right? I mean, we started off a bit rocky through the budget process last year, and ultimately ended up with this opportunity at a study session, which turned into now a two-part study session. And I do think that we've certainly gained a lot from that initial study session and now this conversation. I do go back to the question that Councilmember Jimenez had brought up, which is, all right, well, I think we're all sort of eager on, well, what's next? Especially considering that I think all that was committed to last year was the study session. So beyond that, we did have a city manager's budget addenda that was not adopted into the budget. We did have a couple asks from my colleagues and I that weren't adopted, but we ended up on this study session. We've now embarked on, I think, a lot of work. Certainly our GARE cohorts had beat us to the punch, right, and had already begun participating in the GARE program and doing that work. So there's sort of things that are happening, but no cohesive direction, right? And so I think that even today, where we find ourselves is that we've advanced a little bit further, but still without really knowing where we're going to end up. And so I feel a little bit as though we even with some of the presentation, for instance, from our departments, a bit of getting in front of ourselves, right? Even still, and even the presentations, what I did see through DOT and PRNS was an analysis that was based more along what Councilmember Jimenez pointed out on income inequity or income inequality, and not necessarily answering the question of how are we addressing racial inequality in some of these components. For instance, the way that we're serving individuals in our preschool programs. And so I think that we need to, in essence as well, kind of decide on that. And I heard, Lee, you mentioned that we will see something in the budget, is what you stated. And I want to see is there an indication of what that might look like? Are we talking about similar to the language that the manager's budget addendum had last year? Or what is the thought process at the moment? And it did sound like as well, City Manager Dave, you're looking for a bit of direction from us. So I'm happy to as well provide some of my personal thoughts on that, but I'm hoping our colleagues also to chime in as well.
Councilmember, if I could just kind of weigh in here, because I think you framed that pretty accurately. You know, in a lot of ways, you know, this is a really complex and loaded issue, right? And in some ways, what we needed to do is we needed to create some space, and I think that's what we accomplished is with study session 1, and then hopefully we're accomplishing that with this one here, which is taking a pause and having the conversation, right? And it's a conversation that we have not had at this level, at this public policy level, right? It's a conversation that many people have had kind of near the water cooler, at Starbucks, at a park. But we needed to elevate it to having a community conversation. Many argue. In fact, I've been bombarded with a lot of emails with people saying, "Why are you guys even headed in this direction? San Jose is progressive," and yeah, some can argue that San Jose is progressive, right? However, San Jose is not exempt from regressive past policies. Redlining happened here. Double wage standards happened here. The disproportionate deployment of resources that academically happen here, right? And so in a lot of ways, we had to kind of start with that conversation, right? And at the same time, we don't want to just stay with that conversation. We want to evolve that to, okay, then what do we do about it? We can't turn back the clock and change that, but what we can do is make sure that, 1, it doesn't happen again, and 2, that going forward, we at least are aware of the issues that have created a lot of the problems that we're trying to address. So with that in mind, going forward, what we have in mind is to really synthesize what we've learned and what we've heard from you all, from the community, from city staff during study sessions 1 and 2. Taking that information, coming back during the budget process with perhaps an MBA or something similar to that from a process standpoint, with some very strong recommendations around some next steps in terms of what we can do to move this forward. I think it's important that we move from just discussion to action, and I think that's what you'll see. We intentionally did not prescribe any specific recommendations because we wanted to trust and actually respect this process, which is, we came here to learn, to understand. And once we do that, we'll take that back and come back with something pretty bold to recommend.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the buy-in and perspective from our city manager's office. And from my standpoint, I think, if you're looking for commitment, I'm hoping the council, right, can give that. There's a few ways I think that we can. But I'll mention that momentarily. But I do think that, right, we should be able to state that we are committed with building out this equity framework and continuing down this process, which from what Dwayne was stating initially, right, is going to take a lot of just time, right, and staff investment, staff time. That does equate to dollars as well, right, as we know, because staff time is not free. And so if we add it on to the plate of our city staff, as I think, a lot of the work that you have been accomplishing through putting these first study sessions together is just in addition to all the other things that we've charged you to do, then we're really not investing and saying, hey, we want to do this work and we're going to have dedicated staff to do it, which is going to have to equate to some dollars to do that. But I do think that level of commitment should come from the council. I think it could come pretty easily through even a discussion here where you get a commitment from this full council, and we sort of encourage, right, the moving forward, ready to support the city manager's request with this is what we want to invest for next year in regards to staff time and building out the next steps of this equity framework. I think we can do that. There's a process coming up right next week where we have our priority setting. I would hope that this doesn't have to go there. I'm prepared myself personally, right, to say, hey, do we try to band together and come, this Friday with, a memorandum or a priority setting request, right, that says, let's prioritize the work of an equity framework. Considering where we've already gone, right, and that it seems to be something that we have buy-in from our city manager's office all the way down permeating through to city staff members, right, I don't know if that's the process that we're sort of going to be forced to go, but before we get to Friday, right, I wanted to try to iron that out today to say, all right, do we need to do that and ask for that, or are we going to have some buy-in? And so I guess I have questions for my colleagues really as well is, right, and I'll start with the city manager yourself. Do you feel as though that's the proper process that we need to go now to actually continue this work and not just end it today and sort of continue to allow things to happen out there on their own, but now to actually formalize it and say this is a task that the city is bought into. It is a priority. We're going to invest in it and we'll move forward. Does that need, do we have to go to priority setting for this?
So I think I'm probably going to frustrate you a little bit with this answer, but you know, as I said earlier, and I wasn't trying to be elusive, we're going to be informed by today's discussion. I think is important for us. We're going to be listening to you all, so that's this important step for us. You know, I think as far as whether there needs to be something in priority setting, you know, I think we're looking to really the budget process to answer these questions for us. So after today, the next step in that process is ultimately the council will be adopting the March budget message. That message provides direction to the administration on what to bring forward in terms of the proposed budget. So I really think that's where this needs to be. But you know, really, it's a decision for the council.
So and
Ross, could I help?
Sure, maybe I'll handle it. Just let me respond to that, and then
Sure.
why I have a little bit of concern. And the reason why, say for instance, we don't bring this up at priority setting, and then we sort of allow the conversation to go forward again to the budget, and then we don't necessarily achieve the outcome that we're looking for, and then we're sort of stuck, you know, again in limbo. Versus, in essence, priority setting gets us, you know, multiple shots at it, where we're saying, hey, do we want to prioritize it? And then we know it's a priority, so we know for certain we have to direct some funds to it. Or, no, we're not going to have to prioritize it. We just know that this is going to be a priority of yourself, your office. We're going to get this into the budget and then determine what level of funding it may need. So that's my concern, right, for sort of, and why I want that question answered today, and why myself personally, I'm wrestling over, do I just introduce it at priority setting, right, to have that initial bite at it. So, and I'm happy to have you respond as well, Sam.
So I mean, I guess for me, it's just super hard to detach this from the budget process, but I understand what you're talking about here. You know, maybe Lee can fill in a gap for me. Even through our priority setting process, when items are submitted that really have a budget aspect to them, we actually push that over to the budget process and go through that process. That's been our experience and our process. So I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I would just say over the years, we've really tried to make sure the council policy priority setting process is for actual policy work. And those are usually, you know, large things, one time in nature. And I think the way we've teed up this conversation with you and we've talked about equity is this is a foundational piece for all policy work. And, you know, one of the most important things I think Dwayne said is the most important thing we can do as an organization is build capacity to do this analysis. And that capacity is going to come from trainings and the rest of our organization being able to do that work, not just one-off policy that process would sort of dictate. So, you know, we've been pretty strict about budget requests coming in through the council policy priority setting process and deferring those over. But I'd say, just as Dave said, I think the budget process is the most appropriate because that's going to speak to our values and how we integrate this work into the rest of those policies.
And maybe I can just help here, since I'll be writing the budget message, obviously with consultation with several of you, I intend to have a budget message that includes allocation of funding for this work. And so obviously the council will consider that and vote however it chooses, but I expect it'll be in the document. I also agree, though, with the city manager's analysis, which is this isn't some separate piece of work we do. This is something we want to integrate in our daily operations, and so I think it's not something that's really appropriate for prioritization. It should be funded through the budget, and we just move forward. I would also, though, note that council has approved a piece, and I don't mean to suggest in any way this is a substitute, but this is a piece of the work, which was we asked staff to come back to us and tell us how they're going to apply an equity screen to several areas of the budget and allocation. And that was the direction the council gave, and I expect that will come back to us. I expect staff's done that work so we can use that at least as a placeholder of sorts for us to understand how we're making better budgeting decisions using data that focuses on racial and social equity.
Thank you. So I'm pleased with the answer from the city manager's office and yourself, Lee, in regards to, my confidence and understanding on, should we go through priority setting, or can we avoid that and really go to just the budget process and have a level of confidence that this year, right, we can actually achieve that next step, and I feel more confident that we can. In regards to even some of the work with the equity lens, Mayor, that you just mentioned, tell me if I've heard you wrong, Mr. Marsh. I would assume that decision that we sort of put out last year was a bit of what you were talking about in regards to your 1 through 6 equity review and analysis of jumping right a couple steps to get out in front and say, let's implement something, let's create this tool, and before we've actually done right desired results, analysis of data, community engagement, let's get right into a strategy and an implementation plan on a lens. And out of maybe eagerness, right, of the council and interest of the mayor, right, to say, hey, let's implement something. But it feels like that to me.
Well, without the full knowledge of exactly what was put forward, I will say, you remember the slide I used at the end that said, we want to ask that question, who's burdened, who's benefited by the impact? And so while there's more nuance you get from doing a full analysis, it doesn't mean we have to hide behind not having done that to take some action. I think the tone of this conversation, where it sounds like everyone wants to see forward progress, want to use the right approaches, is the right tone. And if you can build that culture across the institution, then San Jose will go in good places.
Okay. I am sort of happy with the progress and at least what I've heard today on what our next steps may be. And I think we can leave this out, at least under my understanding of next week's conversations, debate around our policy priorities. And that we can hopefully invest a little bit more in regards to the actual staff time and the work on building out a true framework. And one that I think, and this was no knock because I do appreciate the work that staff is already looking at, but one that does look at the racial inequities. And we may find it hard to find the data, and Dwayne pointed out some examples in regards to other cities. And when you start up, right, you're certainly not going to get it perfect, and some of the things that just the data might not be there initially, and how we might be able to look at that. But it is a bit comforting to know that we may not need to take 10 years, right, to get to where some of these other cities have gotten to, because they've laid out a lot of that groundwork. It was also exciting to hear that I think you said Cincinnati was actually pointing to the fact that Phoenix was pointing to that we're doing this work. So we're in that list of cities that are now actually doing the work, which I do appreciate. So I'm going to jump back to what the mayor pointed out, which was a memorandum, and everybody might not have been able to see it, but it is published online. And it was from our city attorney's office in regards to the Prop 209 and what the mayor was talking about and what you had pointed out, Dwayne. And I do appreciate the answer in regards to, well, let's actually look at what, the limitations will be there and what actually may be allowed versus just initially come off with an understanding that this is a wall. So I would hope that our city attorney's office is, I guess, willing to engage in that. It sounded like you had some recommendations. Maybe you're willing to provide those in regards to an understanding. Certainly, we know there's a lot of jurisdictions across California that have engaged in this work. So we're not reinventing the wheel there, where we need to go out and determine if Prop 209, what sort of impacts that may have. I will admit, Rick, that as the memo came out and it's, I saw it, I didn't take it, I think, in a positive context. I felt as though it was a bit unnecessary, and what I read from 209, I'm no legal expert, but I felt that it didn't necessarily fit the context of what we were talking about in regards to what a number of other cities across this state specifically that are also imposed with Prop 209 have engaged in. So I think that caution, I'll take it because that's what our city attorney is here to give us. But at the same time, I do hope, Rick, that you're willing to sort of yourself and your office engage with what Dwayne was talking about, right, in regards to, hey, let's understand really what the limitations are. And what I'll ask for yourself and out of your office would be if we can actually get a follow-up memo that
gets a little bit more into the meat of what Dwayne was talking about. Okay, let's find out where our limitations may or may not be, so then that way we do know with a more clear conscience on where we should be going.
Yeah, and absolutely, and I think we're happy to have that conversation. You know, unfortunately, we've not been engaged in the GARE process. We've not been invited to the meetings. So this is one where I think we're happy to talk to the legal people. Our concern was essentially, in reading the PowerPoint presentation, there were references to contracting policies and things of that sort. So it wasn't specific, but it was broad enough to at least, you know, we've been down this road in terms of our very, very aggressive MBE, DBE program back in the 90s. We fought all the way to the California Supreme Court post-2009 and tried to get, and even got the Attorney General's office to agree with us, and it was then Bill Lockyer, and he argued with us on this case. So we've really taken the initiative. All we wanted to do was outline potential concerns. Well, our experience has been in hiring and public contracting. There probably are areas where, and I think clearly outreach, but there are other areas where we can look at this, and we're happy to have this conversation with the legal folks from GARE to talk through it.
Yeah, thank you. And in your memo, I saw the focus on the hiring, the contracting, but I didn't see that in the presentation at least. So you may have caught it, and that's the eye that you need to have on it. That's where I kind of felt like this was a bit unnecessary, because I thought, well, I didn't see that we had some sort of recommendation that we were going to now be, you know, contracting or trying to hire specifically based on race. I didn't see that at all. So maybe I missed the locations where you were seeing it being indicated. I do know through our conversations through our Community and Economic Development Committee and some of our interest on local hire and looking at DBE and upping our percentages there. I do know those conversations and where 209 has come in and where we have struggled with that. So there I've seen it as completely relevant. I guess here I just didn't see it as relevant at all. And so I was a little concerned in regards to that, and I hope it didn't bring too much unease. I know that's, as the mayor kind of pointed out, hey, is this a concern or not? And so I think we really should just put that to rest. And I think it's time that we invite our city attorney's office, part of the GARE program, or invite you to I guess, self-initiate some participation as well, And let's get that portion of it involved. And I would, though, like, if you're okay with that, Rick, a follow-up response on this, that where you are able to dive into the nuance difference between, you know, what we're trying to achieve here and what other cities have achieved with race and equity work, and then what 209 actually restricts.
Yeah, and again, to the extent it's relevant, it's only insofar as, to the extent it may be a tool, it's a tool that there are limitations. So, but more to come, and we will do a follow-up.
Okay.
Dave? Yeah, I just want to clarify a few things. So the GARE process is staff in the departments working on these issues. Our process for engaging city leadership has been through senior staff meetings, where the GARE team and others have come in and we've talked as a senior staff. All the appointees are invited to those, and that's been our process for making sure all the city leadership is engaged. And so I think certainly look forward to working more on this.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to get real specific on some of these things, but the mayor had brought it up in regards to what Gina Gates had said. I don't know if Gina's still here in the audience, but yes, she is. So the SOTA was on an official city document, so we actually did put that message out, but that was a misprint. There is no official south of downtown area, which is what that stands for. There is no official denotation of that. We have two neighborhoods south of the 280 there on First Street, which is Martha's Gardens and Guadalupe, Washington, that actually go on either side of First Street. This was in relation to the end of our Viva Calle route, and so that doesn't exist, and we have since asked our PRNS staff to edit and fix that. And so rest assured that, you know, and I'm sorry you had to go through to India to try and figure that answer out. And then it sounds like it was to me, and I know it was news that we had outsourced our call tree to India. So thank you for the answer on that. That it sounds like there's a reason why I wasn't aware of it. It sounds like nobody up here was really aware of it. And I'm glad that we're responding to that. Thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you. And since my grandmother lived in Washington, Guadalupe, I know she'd be rolling in her grave if we changed the name. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I wanted to also add on about the AB 209. It was a little chilling and a little surprising to start the conversation off with a memo, and I'm hoping that some of the other 37 cities can also provide some guidance and support to our city attorney's office, and also given the fact that we talk about pretty openly we're the leanest staffed big city in the nation, and so I think that includes the city attorney's office, and as part of the budget that we should look at providing resources for that office, because I know I work with the city attorney's office on a lot of issues that to me are all about equity. They're 100% equity, and the city attorney's office is an important partner in ensuring that the city really fully address inequity in our city. And that budget could also include outside counsel or partnering with the GARE cities in that aspect. I wanted to kind of go back to this overall, and you're asking for some feedback, so I'm giving you feedback. So one is the timing. I really appreciated your comments earlier about timing and that we can build on lessons from other cities, that Seattle goes around saying, please don't take as long as we did, because they've learned lessons, right? And so I just wanted to kind of tease out some of that language, which is 3 to 4 months, right? Was some of the language, the timing that you brought up, and also 1 to 2 cycles. This should not be a 10-year program. For some parts of our city, this is very urgent work, whether it is displacement or whether it is Vision Zero. We have families and people in our city that are relying on us to make decisions and move. And I wanted to comment on a couple of other things, which is around community engagement. And I appreciate that in the 6 steps that community engagement is at number 3. I actually think that community engagement needs to be part of number 1 in terms of the desired results. And I'll give you an example. We had a presentation earlier about electric charging vehicles, and that's great. I'm all for that, and it was good work. But I don't think if you went out to my neighborhood, if electric charging vehicles would make the top 10, right? It wouldn't. And so we need to include the community in what they're looking for from us around equity. I think, and to use that to help determine the conversation that moves forward, that it's not us in isolation kind of deciding what that roadmap is. And so I think that's really key, and that because again, and it's all across the city, but it's just more urgent in some areas than others. And in my community, this is, again, very urgent. And so we need to incorporate their feedback early on what they think the priorities should be. Because as we were going through this, I was reminded of a couple of reports, one of which was the displacement report. We had a study session on displacement back in October. And in that study session, we learned that African Americans make up 57% of the low-income community at 80% AMI and below, Latinos at 56%, all households at 40%, and white non-Hispanic at 36%, and Asian at 34%. And I also wanted to point out something from the Destination Home just did a report on racial equity, a report on race and homelessness, right? And on that report that just came out, African Americans make up 16.9% of the homeless population compared to 2.5% of the general population. Native Americans make up 7.4% of the homeless population and less than 1% of the general population. Latinos are 43.7% of the homeless population and 27% of the general population. So if we look at things like displacement and inflow into homelessness, there's some very urgent situations where there's a clear connection between race and income and who bears the brunt of some policy decisions the most. And so I wanted to bring that up, that it's incumbent on not just city staff, but on all of us up here to really use that in helping to make our decisions when we look at who's sort of paying the price on decisions that we make up on this dais. And I wanted to bring up a couple of other points. One is, I wanted to say this again, and it was brought up at a couple of points, which is, I think, one of the things that we're looking at and that the community is looking at from us is not just program-based work or what we think of as program-based work, but the infrastructure of our city and how the infrastructure of our budget affects equity or inequity within our city. And those are the big decisions, not just an after-school program, although I'd like to call out PRNS for an amazing presentation. Thank you for that data. But that it's so much more. It is our streets, it's our roads, it's our police, it's just structure of how we do business. And I also wanted to bring up the reliance that we have as a city at this point on complaint-based systems, right? We are asking people who are struggling to survive, who are working 2 to 3 jobs and renting a garage, we're asking them to stay on the phone for 45 minutes, maybe get routed to India, or be a couple of hours on the phone with 311, right? And I know that we're doing some work to address that, but my point is we're placing the burden onto the people who are already the most burdened by the lack of resources within our city. And then I wanted to echo my colleagues' questions around what is the plan, what is the next steps. And I'll challenge people to look at, to change what we're doing, to change what we are thinking of as a priority and engage with the community, particularly those who are feeling the burdens the most, about what they think is the most important, instead of the latest program, which we should, and I realize that we're adding an infrastructure to this equity work, but that we really engage them in what it is that they are feeling burdened by, that we don't take the status quo and we don't move slowly. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. So I also want to just thank staff for your presentations and for all the effort and the work that you've put into this effort that we're all walking together in. So thank you. I know it's difficult because it seems like you've been doing the work for the last 3 years, and we're trying to catch up to what you've been doing so far. Although I think there's some differences in terms of, I think, what at least my colleagues and I, from what we've discussed, is that we really want to get to some policy and infrastructure. And I want to reiterate what Councilmember Esparza just finished saying, in that we're not really focused on programs and services, we're really focused on policies. And one of the things that I really enjoyed in our last study session was having a historical background of some of the injustices. Although I think it was very limited to just the Mexican history, and I think there's many other folks who've had some policies limiting or and infringing on their rights, such as the Japanese. I mean, I'm not going to go down the whole list of folks, but many other folks. And so I think one piece that I feel like we've kind of skipped over is taking a look at what are some of the policies that we've inherited that we could be changing. And I think this speaks to the 6-part process about identifying desired results. And I think many of us up here might have a different version of what a desired result is. I'm looking for policy changes. I'm not looking necessarily for any programs and services to change. Although when, the rubber hits the road and we come to a point of recession, programs and services in Parks and Rec usually are the ones that get, impacted. And those are the folks that typically serve our community the closest. They're the ones in our neighborhoods. And it reminds me of what happened when the recession hit and many of the community centers were closed. And so we have 51 community centers, 11 of those are operated by the city of San Jose. And that decision was made based on revenue. So which of those community centers can produce enough revenue to continue to operate and break even, hopefully. And so all of those community centers are in places where people can actually pay for those classes. They're not necessarily where our families need them the most. I mean, I enjoy having Evergreen Community Center, and I think that, they do wonderful. The classes are always full, which shows a sign of people being able to pay for those classes. And also they're very affordable compared to other recreation classes. But my community needed another place on the other side of Capitol Expressway, and I think one of my community members, Sylvia Alvarez, spoke about it because she was a teacher for 27 years and served on the school board. Remind me, for 12? Oh my goodness. 16 years on the school board, Sylvia. And so she knows this community the best. And one of the things that community wanted was to take back the park that they had and the community center that they had. But that wasn't addressed for many years until, I think, not to say, I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I saw a need and I addressed it. And I think that's part of what we are all talking about here is when we see that there's a need, why wouldn't we fold it into the way that we do business here and that it be part and parcel? And so I worry about not having some of this work done before our economy is impacted once again. And then there's cuts. So I know that somebody said it was 1 or 2 cycles, that we could get this done in 1 or 2 cycles, and I wonder, what does that mean? What does 1 or 2 cycles mean? Who said that? Dwayne, was it you, Dwayne, who said that?
Well, 1 or 2 cycles means there's things you guys can be doing now and over the next couple of years that will start to impact outcomes. It doesn't take 3, 4, 5 years to be making changes. And to your point about policies, you can be looking at policies that you think make an impact even as the administration is looking at policies and programs as well. They're all important.
They're all important. Yes, of course. Thank you for that. So I guess, I'm going to go back to something that I had asked in our last study session. I don't know if it's any clearer to me this time. But when we talk about racial equity, I know that in one of the presentation slides, it was identified as closing the gap so that race does not predict one's success, while also improving outcomes for all. And I wonder, is this the definition that we're all moving forward with? Is this what we've come to decide? Because I don't know that we, as a council, have all had this discussion about what does equity mean to all of us, and what we're deciding to do with equity. I feel like this is part of this discussion, but I don't know that we are anywhere closer to getting to that definition. How are we going to get to that definition up here on council so that we can, when we make policy decisions, we are all talking about the same thing?
Yeah, Councilmember, that's a tough question, right? Because, I mean, trying to get everybody to agree on one definition is sometimes next to impossible, right? Especially on an issue as complicated and complex as this one, right? What we've done is we've introduced language into these conversations that have been widely accepted by a lot of different jurisdictions doing this work. So the one that you read, the one that you referenced in the PowerPoint is one that's commonly used in cities. It does address, I think, that definition, for example, around racial equity does address two key issues. One, addressing racial inequity, as well as ensuring that equity is being defined as equity for all. So it doesn't create winners and losers, right? And that's usually one of the big deterrents to this kind of work that we found is people usually do the quick back of the envelope math and say, well, wait a minute, I'm going to lose on this. If I support equity, then that means my community loses. That's not true. And it kind of goes back to the quote that I think it was Sergio's, Councilmember Jimenez's relative, what was it? It's por el bien de todos, primero los pobres. It kind of goes back to that, right? It's really this notion that everyone needs to win, right?
Right. And I do agree with you, Angel. I do see this as I think poverty impacts any race, and the impacts from poverty will result in the same thing despite the race, right? So I do agree with that, but we are also very consciously adding a racial lens to this, right? And I think, Dwayne, you had said that when you add that racial lens, then you kind of are looking at poverty, you're looking at class, you're looking at everything else, and not vice versa, not like looking at poverty first and then you see everything else. Could you clear that up, Dwayne, for me?
Yeah, what I was saying is that people have identities that are intersectional, multiple things, class, race, gender, et cetera. But what we find is that when you control for race within other kinds of marginalization, there tends to be disproportionate impact by race within that marginalization, which is why if you don't address racial disparities, you actually can't achieve equity in general because people are still facing those barriers. And so this work and this definition tries to hold that reality that we have to address race if we're going to get where we want, but it also allows us to work on other forms of marginalization at the same time.
And the, other forms of marginalization, such as poverty.
Poverty, class, gender, et cetera.
Gender. Wonderful. Okay, so I do agree with that, and I would say that would be the way that we lead is with race, and not to take a step back to that, simply because others have been uncomfortable with this conversation or because people feel it is divisive. I think it's something that we do need to continue to talk about and just really frame it correctly. And I think I really like this definition about what racial equity means in terms of closing the gaps so that race doesn't predict one's success, while also improving the outcomes for all. So it is not limiting to any one group. But this, for me, it poses a question about what is really the role of the council in this discussion? And I know that I would love for us to have a more targeted discussion in terms of equity. Like, can we all agree that this is a definition that we're going to take and that we're going to move forward with? Or is it something that each and every one of us is going to decide what racial equity means to them? I think that if we don't find a consensus, we're going to have some contradictions in the way that we are going to decide or that we're going to implement our budgets. I just don't know that it's going to benefit the group in the long run not to have a consensus in terms of what equity means for all of us. So how can we get to that point?
Yeah, well, I think if we back up a step, I think, to answer your first question around like what could the potential role of the council be, I think for starters, and it kind of goes back to a question, the comments that Councilmember Perales was making. I think for staff to have the general support and consensus to even just continue this work is big, right? Because that way we can move forward with the understanding that we have a mayor and council that support this effort and this work. And once we have the green light there, I think it kind of starts with that first decision point. Once we have that, then we could begin to kind of work towards, solidifying definitions, adopting the proper framework, figuring out how do we use our protocols to not only review existing policies, but also looking forward, how we plan our city, right, going forward. And all that is an iterative process. It's not linear by any means, but and doing all that in partnership and in coordination with the community, right? And so all that takes time. And then kind of getting back to the other kind of request around, needing the space and the resources to build capacity for this, right? It can't be collateral work for other people either, right? We actually need to have, staff resourced, both personal and non-personal, to actually do this work, right? So I think it starts there, and eventually kind of the next phase would be, really solidifying the definitions as you're referencing.
So will we have an ongoing, because I think we have 2 study sessions set up for this, so I would love to see something like an ad hoc committee where council members can participate, especially when it has to do with policy. That's our role here, and some of the policy can get a little prickly, and we want to make sure that there's political will to ensure that we look at all different departments and different projects and raise the questions that our residents want us to.
Yeah, and I think kind of that capacity building, I can assure the council as the administration thinks through that. We're not just thinking of the people within, City Hall that are doing work and not what happens inside this room. I think we're very clear that capacity building also involves you guys and the continued education and conversation. It is amongst the elected officials, City Hall, and the community collectively. So I think as we build out that work program, we're going to find additional opportunities, whether it's historical context, narrowing down on the definition, or even, practicing through the questions in the framework as you make, as you guys every Tuesday go through your own decision-making process. I think we can do that, and that'll obviously be easier as there's consensus as we move forward on that path.
Okay. This is all continues to be a bit elusive to me because I'm not, I want to see a structural next steps, and I think that's kind of what we're all asking for. I'm going to move on to another question. On slide 17, where you have some of the equity screen projects, and we have proactive community policing, we have sexual assaults for law enforcement, Project Hope, family-friendly facilities, youth learning, and tree planting are some of those projects. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that this is not, a closed list for sure. Why was this emphasized? Any one of those, Magdalena?
These were just taken from the list of the equity screen projects that were directed last spring, and these are some where there has been some progress. They're all at different stages, but we weren't prepared to report on all of them today.
Wonderful. So I'm glad they're going through the process, although I'm not sure what the process would be if we are now figuring out what the process is. You all might be a couple of steps ahead of us in terms of this, but right now we're getting introduced with identifying desired results and analyzing the data and engaging the community in developing strategies for racial equity, creating implementation and communicating and being accountable. So
yeah, Councilmember, I want to be very transparent about this too. we did a lot of leaning forward with, and we used the term equity screen very loosely, right? Because we have not standardized an equity screen. We haven't even adopted a formal one. And so what we did was we provided departments some technical support, but really gave them a lot of latitude to really take a look at this and apply it as they could, right? So that they don't kind of fill out the box, not applicable, right? When they come back to us, based on, Dwayne's previous conversation. And so it looks different with different projects. Project Hope used one equity screen. Community policing with PD, it looked a little different. Education policy, which you'll hear tomorrow, looks a little bit differently. And our goal was just to lean forward, not to get it, not to hit it out of the park, but let's just start to understand this. And as we begin to do this work, what questions arise? What comments are we hearing from the community? What do we need? What are we learning through this process? What do we need to standardize? What do we need not, to not standardize? And so I do want to be very transparent about that. At the same time, there's been a lot of progress made around this issue, and we've been tracking that, and at some point we'll be coming back with kind of a more formal report out on that, consistent with the budget direction that we received.
Thank you for clarifying that, Angel. I do want to point out that some of these, some of these are mine, right? Sexual assault, family friendly. And I'll tell you that the sexual assault one is an over representation of Latina young girls in sexual assaults. And so for me, it is an absolute issue that I want us to take a look at. But it wasn't an issue that was raised by the department. It was an issue that we found as we were all, some of us who are on PISFIS, on Public Safety Finance Committee, and Strategic Planning Committee, that we saw these trends over time. Councilmember Carrasco has seen them with domestic violence. When I came on board, I started looking at sexual assault, and it just didn't sit well with me. And so I think that these are some of the issues that might not be something that staff is tracking, and I don't know how the police department would. So one of my questions would be, if it wasn't a policy issue that a council member brought to light, how would these issues be brought to light? And I'll tell you that when I see the proactive community policing, I know that it's, I think community policing is a great model, but how would we make sure that we don't over-police a certain area, and then create inadvertently more arrest or more incidents, or that kind of what we really want to avoid.
Yeah, I think that's a real good example. Dwayne mentioned a couple of questions to ask, right? As part of the due diligence and the analysis, right? Who was harmed, who was burdened, who was helped. I think if we take a look at data, whether it's coming from the police department, the library, PRNS, you name the department, I think if we begin to add a list of questions that aren't commonly asked, then it begins to open kind of our eyes to different dynamics, right? You could take the issue of juvenile crime and apply the same line of reasoning. When you take a look at juvenile crime just at face value, it tells you one story. When you begin to ask other questions, it begins another picture begins to emerge. And I really think that's really what we're trying to get at, is this is about really good public administration. This is about, how we better serve our community. How do we make sure that there are no unintended consequences in terms of the action? We may think we're fixing one thing, but maybe missing the boat completely because we're not looking at the full picture of the data. And so that's why it's important for us to really adopt a framework such as this, because it's another list of criteria that as public administrators, wherever you are in the organization, you're asking different questions. And then by asking different questions, you'll get sometimes different results. And sometimes those different results lead to better solutions.
And Dave, I'm going to ask our city manager, Dave, is the police department, or have they been involved in any of the GARE process in the last couple of years?
I don't know if they're on the GARE team per se, but I just want to explain a little bit more. So we've got the GARE teams is actually started out as two different cohorts, I believe now more or less combined into one. that's been the nucleus of the staff-initiated work. Our process for engaging the whole leadership team has been through coming to and having presentations and discussions with senior staff. And so all senior staff, all department heads are engaged in the subject and are part of the learning process. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So when you ask, is the police department involved with the GARE process, I don't even know if they have a member on the GARE team or not. To me, it's not so important because I know how we're kind of managing the work and how we're engaging the entire leadership team on this. But maybe if there's any gaps that need to be filled in.
Well, I would actually encourage the police department to be part of this discussion. I think it's important.
If I could, council member, though, I think just if Lee or Zoma can help me here, there were some limitations to what we could do in terms of participation. So help me out here.
So really quickly, there's not a member of the police department as part of the two GARE cohorts. We've brought GARE trainers into 3 different sessions with senior staff, and one was actually open to what we would call senior and exec staff. So that would be on the police department side. Anyway, the deputy chiefs, assistant chiefs, and the chief. And so they've been able to participate in that. Zulma can correct me, but as departments, volunteered to participate in GARE the first year. And as that grew, we tried to have departments that would be working together interdepartmentally the most. So that's why you see a lot that are community facing and also part of what we would say community and economic development planning, a little bit of neighborhood services, and PD absolutely does do that, but we had limitations. And so I think part of that capacity building is the departments that haven't been represented would start that process in this year.
Sure. One of my concerns is that our police department is working really hard. Obviously, somebody's already said we've recognized that we're completely understaffed, not just in the police department, but just overall in all of our services. And so I think it's important for a member of the police department to continue to be part of these conversations. Otherwise, I think this is not going to, the responsibility will continue to be on council members to bring some of these issues moving forward. And I think it's much better when the department does it on its own. And so that, for me, that would be part of the desired result. So that's my piece about some of the overrepresentation of some of the different ethnic groups and races in the police department system, and trying to figure out why, and how do we change those systems? Because if we're not changing those policies, we're just reinventing programs. And when we reinvent programs, and although great programs and support our community, we're still targeting our community as a problem, because the program is supposed to fix our community. And our folks are not the problem, as you all know. It's our policies and our infrastructure. And so that's where we really should be doing a lot of the work. And I'm not quite convinced just yet that this is as comprehensive as I want to see it. I'm absolutely on board with you. Let me know how I can be even more involved. I would like to suggest, and I think this came from actually Councilmember Carrasco and I were speaking about this, and having an ad hoc committee, because there are some issues that might be better fitted for policymakers or not. Maybe staff should be doing this on their own, but in the meantime, if there is a very politicized topic or issue, I wouldn't want to place staff in that very prickly situation. And so sometimes there's difficult conversations, and I'm not sure how we're going to deal with those in this process. Yeah, I think that's the end of my conversations, but I just want us to continue to think about the role of council in this process, and the policies that we're going to change so that we can really provide some generational shifts from what we've inherited in the past. And if we don't start changing those policies, we're just developing programs and services that are Band-Aids. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Camus. I also want to thank staff and a great presentation. I am a numbers guy, and I appreciate the focus on statistics but sometimes statistics don't necessarily pan out what we should be doing. I know, and I don't know, Mr. Ruffino is still here or not from Parks. I know this thing was supposed to be over at 4:30, but I have a question in regards to, like, for example, that we were talking about the programs that are available for the child care programs that are available, and that we provide, I think the word was used, was scholarships, meaning that it's free for families who can't afford it, correct? So, and that according to slide number 7, I think, I don't know if you want to bring it back up, but there's no waiting list either, right? That's what the slide said.
So I know a little bit about PRNS.
I'm sure you do, Angel.
I don't know if my information is updated as you'd like, but but I think what that slide was trying to depict is not so much the need, but even just even with the offset of a scholarship, which, by the way, isn't a full 100% scholarship.
Okay.
It's usually prorated, 50 to 75%, depending on. That's really that. Even with the help of an additional scholarship, some families are still struggling to even make ends meet in order to free up enough money to send their child to a preschool, which, by the way, is probably the lowest cost preschool you'll find in this entire city, hands down, if not the county. Conversely, when you have a family that isn't strapped for cash, isn't strapped for finances, it's a different situation, right? And then so if you kind of play that out, and you begin to look at the same 4-year-old, 5-year-old entering school at the same time, one will usually be learning ready, the other one is not. And then that starts a cycle that just continues to evolve and doesn't really stop unless we interrupt it, right? And that was really what that slide was trying to show, was that we have some work to do there, and that money still is a factor.
So and that's where I'm coming at. I mean, I don't know that. Look, I have concerns about the use of the ethnicity as a basis for the equity. I'm more of a believer of the economic abilities of people as a way to measure need. And if the fact is that these programs need to go to 0, and maybe that's something we should consider, and that's some recommendations that I would hope staff would bring. I'm a big believer in making sure that we have a desired outcome, as Councilmember Arenas said, before we move forward in creating a plan. It's like, if you don't have a goal in mind, then how can you move towards it? And so I'm a big believer in making sure that we have goals, and those, I am uncomfortable. I'll be honest. I am. This discussion makes me uncomfortable. Even though I'm an ethnic minority, I'm an Arab American. Everybody views me as being an Anglo, whatever. What was niece said as I'm white and whatever. Stale and pale and whatever. I feel like I get categorized that way, although my heart and my devotion to the community, I want to analyze what we're doing wrong and what we could be doing right. But I could tell you that in my district, we would have the same questions as in what Sergio Jimenez brought up. The concerns about, hey, you guys are focusing on ethnicity and we're not focusing on results. And I think that I would like to see a plan to address inequity, if we want to use that word, in terms of what we're trying to achieve and and how do we get to that desired outcome. And so in each case, whether it's policing or whether it's, I know that the city is not supposed to be in the education field, but I've always believed that an ounce of prevention has been worth a pound of cure. And I've been super supportive of programs since I've been in office, whether they be the gang prevention program or after school programs or the jobs creating programs. I've been 100% believer in these because I feel that these are the programs that actually have the ability to work regardless of ethnicity. And so clearly we need to do more. We need to get results. And without having a goal, then I don't think we can go forward. So I think we do need to have one more discussion as to define what the goals need to be for the city, what areas we're going to be delving into, and what we're trying to fix. Because this is very kind of hypothetical to me still, this conversation. And again, I want to do something solid. I want to see kids achieve. I want to see kids get out of poverty. I want to see kids get to college. I want to see kids have access to good playgrounds and things like that. And without those definitions, I don't think we are amorphous and we may never go anywhere.
Yeah. Well, Councilmember, if I can, I think it's important to kind of distill two issues here. We're not implying or nor are we suggesting that we program by race. I want to make sure that we're being very clear about that. What it is understanding the issues when you disaggregate data by race, because that begins to paint a picture of the issues that we're dealing with. What we're really proposing here is really about how then, once we understand the data, once we know, the issue that we're trying to solve, then it's how then do we facilitate access to opportunity. And that's really the biggest disruptor of whether it's poverty, whether it's, you name the ism, oftentimes it comes down to how do we facilitate opportunity. Tomorrow we're coming before you with, and I don't want to get ahead of it, but the education policy that's going forward. When you take a look at that document, that lays out a strategy for increasing access to opportunity for kids who traditionally have been disenfranchised, be it by poverty, by race, by you name it, right? And so I think it's important to clarify that. Nobody is implying that this is about programming by race. It's really about where do we need to facilitate opportunity that for whatever reason is either non-existent or dismal at best, and that's what we need to change.
I mean, I agree with that assertion 100%, and especially when it comes to education. Like I joined Councilmember Esparza this morning at a program that I thought was extremely unique, and it's a coordination with the county and Catholic Charities, and I thought, boy, this was a great opportunity here. But again, I'd like to see, when we're talking about statistics here, I'd like to see statistics and how do we move forward and get outcomes. That's what I want to see. I just don't want to. A lot of people just throw money at a problem and don't expect results. I expect results. So if we were saying that the problem is X, how do we get those folks moved to a different different level?
And Councilor, I think we're saying the same thing because one of the second goals that we talked about in the presentation was data-driven results, right? This isn't just about unilaterally saying let's just do this and then not measure it. We're talking about understanding the data, understanding what we're hearing from the community, both through data as well as through lived experience in terms of what we're hearing, and then translating that into specific intentional action that is data-driven and measured, and so that way we know whether we're moving the needle or not. We're measuring ROI, tapping into economies of scale.
That's exactly what I want to see. And to go back to this example of the scholarships, so does that mean we end up with unused scholarships at the end of the program cycle?
Well, in the case of PRNS, that's not the case anymore. In fact, we keep increasing that. Just 3 years ago, we were giving out an average about $50,000 to $60,000 a year. This last year, we hit close to $2 million.
Oh, really? Okay.
And so So yeah, it's definitely growing, and it's, I think, a reflection of the need that's out in the community.
And are we measuring results with those programs, the after-school programs that?
We're getting better at it. As you can see by the presentation that Neil gave, there's literally a heat map where we know where the money's going, who's using it, and for what purpose. And so we're definitely getting better. Can we get better? Absolutely. Are we better than we were last year? Absolutely.
And I also believe in some of the efforts to increase the language competency of this city. I think that if language is a barrier, we need to work on that. So that, I think I'm in agreement with, I think, everybody here on that, and I'll leave my comments at that. I really appreciate all the work and the efforts that the city manager and yourselves have put in this.
Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you, and I'm going to keep my comments very short because I know that we were supposed to end at 4:30. But I want to thank Dwayne Marsh for being here. Thank you so much for your insight and your guidance in a very important conversation. As you can see, we're all struggling still with it. Some of us are struggling a little bit more than others, but I think we all want great outcomes for our residents and for the city of San Jose. We're very proud of living here and being part of this city. And I want to thank staff as well for the work that you've been doing and for your commitment to, and I'm just going to say racial equity. And I know that we're struggling with that word as well, some of us, and so, but we need to, I think, face it head on. I'll tell you, as the representative of District 5, the last session that we had, the study session with Professor Pitti, was so alarming to me, not because it was anything new, but rather because it was reinforced, acknowledged, validated in this chamber. And it was a different sense of mourning for me and grief, I have to tell you. And so for me, I have a sense of urgency, and I think that we need to act with a sense of urgency because we can talk about moving an entire system, a huge organization, which we must. I get that. But in the meantime, as we are dotting our I's and crossing our T's, which I recognize is very important. I really do. I have a sense of impatience because people in my neighborhood, families, entire families, are having to be uprooted and are having to leave the city that they love. And one of the biggest concerns I have is that if we wait even just a couple of years, even a year from now, District 5, along with a lot of other vulnerable communities, but because District 5 just encompasses just about every single thing that we've talked about, it is a hot spot, except for one little section, which is up in the hills, Warner Heights. But District 5 will not look like what we have come to know, where you grew up, Angel. Your children will not be visiting anybody there soon enough. Your friends will be gone as well. And my children won't have an opportunity to stay here. They just won't. And so we need to act with a sense of urgency and intentionality. Unlike anything that we've ever seen, it's a city emergency, in my opinion. When you have droves and droves of families who are uprooting their children, leaving their friends and their schools are having to close down. Two, I believe, in Evergreen. But when we look at the entire population in the city of San Jose, the attendance numbers are declining, and there's a reason for that. And so I know that Councilmember Arenas had mentioned that, programs versus policy. I tend to be of the thought that they go hand in hand. I'm alarmed when I see that in Almaden Valley, you have a 5-day preschool with 29 children on a wait list. And I want to just mention something about that. When you have a 3-day preschool, it makes it incredibly difficult for a mother, a single mother, and I was when I was very young, to put my children in a part-time preschool and then try and carry on a full-time career. What do I choose? Do I choose to give my child opportunities where she can develop and flourish, and she can, make the little synapses connect, which we know is a very small window of opportunity? Or do I just stay home and not contribute to the city or to the economy or to my own development, because 3 days a week is hardly any help. Really, it's very difficult unless you have a whole team around you, supporting you as a mother to help you with the rest of those days. So it doesn't surprise me when I don't see a wait list or when we see the difference in attendance between 5-day preschool and 3-day preschool. Are we creating opportunities that make it easier and are supportive for families? 5 days versus 3 days? Suma, you're a mother. That's difficult if you don't have an entire system supporting you personally with your children to pick them up in the middle of the day so you don't lose your job, or to just say to your employer, I'm only going to work Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because that's all I have. So we need to think about those things and how we support our families. But the other is, I was just looking very, very briefly through the city webpage. And I'm going to give you an example of where I'm alarmed. When I look at music at Mayfair, there's 1 class. When I look at music at Almaden, 23 classes. When I look at older adult classes, 46 in Almaden, 2 at Mayfair. When I look at camps, there's none at Mayfair. There's only 2 at Almaden, but that's 2 more than Mayfair. So I see policy and programming that go hand in hand. And when I see the difference between those beautiful homes that are right behind Evergreen High School, I've been spending a lot of time there as of late, I'm just amazed at the fact that every little neighborhood has this lush park with even man-made lakes. And my children, when I take them up there, they think they're in a different city. I had to reflect and realize that my poor kids haven't left, the neighboring vicinity from where they live, because they thought Almaden, or Evergreen, I should say, was a different city because it looks so vastly different. I actually stop in the middle of the street in some of the neighborhoods in Evergreen, by the way, and also Berryessa, and I roll down the window so my children can hear that. Quiet. And I'm dealing with drag racing in front of my bedroom door every single night. And this is what my children are growing up with. I mentioned a few months ago, I had to have my children throw themselves in the hallway floor because there was a drive-by right in front of my house. So I'm living what my neighbors are living with, what my residents are living with. So policy and programming are intimately, intrinsically intertwined. And we need to make sure that we understand what our outcomes are. I know that we're going to have differing opinions, but I think the overall outcome should be, and I know we're going to differ on this, but making sure that our residents can stay in the city that they live, because we, maybe not this council, but this body at some point created policies that pushed us into poverty, that pushed us into schools that were less than, thus closing off opportunities, that pushed us into jobs that we could not afford to say no to, but they were not enough for us to thrive in. And so we have deliberate neighborhoods in the city of San Jose that were designed by the body that sits up here. And so how do we rectify that? How do we make whole communities that have been hurt, that need to heal, and that need to thrive in a city that has become hostile to them, honestly? And so I'm going to leave it at that because I know we're going to have more conversation. The last thing I'm going to say, though, however, is the following. I don't know where we're going from here. I'm very confused. And the only thing that I can say at this point is that if we don't address this through our budget process and our priority setting, then we're just blowing smoke. That's my opinion. We must invest in those communities, and we must invest in those policies and programs that level the playing field for our community. And I must say, maybe it's not even leveling the playing field. We've seen that picture. Maybe it's giving a leg up to the communities that have been wronged. And I live in the district that has been wronged. And so I know we can't vote on anything because I'd like to move a memo to add an ad hoc blue ribbon task force committee that can oversee, that could be a watchdog for this, because I don't think that I'm going to be able to move many of my council members to vote with me on some of these important issues. And I don't know if your departments are ready to move as well. But we need another pair of eyes that are going to keep track of all that you do and all that we do to move this needle. So I'd love to move that memo, but we don't have a memo because we can't vote. So anyway, but I'm just voicing my opinion, Mr. Lawyer.
I'm sure it's going to come to rule.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, I will leave it at that.
Councilmember Councilmember Depp.
Sure. I'm sensitive to the late hour, so I'll just say that I've been listening to the conversation from the public and my colleagues in the presentation, and I feel the term equity is, as it is right now in the context of San Jose, is somewhat of a Rorschach test. I think we're all using it in different ways with a different understanding of what the definition is. And everyone is bringing good points to the table, and I feel persuaded by different things. But I don't know what we, as a council, whatever policy let's say this. I think whatever policy we decide cannot address all the issues that have been raised in this public meeting today. Although all the issues that I've heard so far have, in my view, have valid points to it and deserve redress somehow. But at the end of the day, we are a city. The story of America, we cannot perfect this union without confronting the original sin of slavery and what we did to indigenous people, and all that is absolutely true. I don't dismiss any of that. There was a gentleman who said, redlining policies created, disparities in income in communities, and then communities could not build wealth, and therefore today we have generations not inheriting wealth and all that. That is all true. I don't dispute that at all. The question is, in the context of a city council with the levers that we have, we are not HUD. We do not nationally push redlining across the country. We're not the state of California. We are the city, and we have San Jose. And to dig ourselves out of this enormous hole that has been the story of America, with just 11 individuals on a council in San Jose, that is not something that we're going to do. We can improve it at the margins and do what we can in San Jose. But the overall picture, we put our goodness out there, but we're not fixing it or addressing it nationally or even statewide. That I don't think we have the resources for it. But hearing, even in the presentation, I sometimes, agree and then maybe kind of wonder about what's being said. I've heard a lot today from, I forget his last name, but Dwayne, you were saying, you mentioned outcomes a lot, right? And then just in answering Councilmember Camus's question, Angel, you said, access, ability to access programs. And to me, even in that contrast, I think to me, there's a distinction, at least to me. So how are we measuring our success? If the success is access, then we need to do what we can to provide that access equally, equitably across the city. Make sure that our schools, our roads, whatever, everyone has equal opportunity to avail themselves of opportunity. But if we are discussing, or if we're measuring our success by outcome, which is, equal number of children or equal number of families at certain health goals, or, equal number of kids participating in summer camps, or, piano lessons, or whatever the thing is, that's something else completely. There's one where we're doing what we can to offer it up there, to lower the barriers, and there's another where we're measuring ourselves by how many people we can pull across the barrier that has been lowered, to avail themselves of services and to help, improve their lot in life somehow. And I think there's a distinction there. Dwayne, you're the expert, so I'll kind of throw on you here. Can you comment on that?
There is a distinction, and the end goal is to change outcomes and change life results. Providing access is a step in that process, but it's not exclusive. And so I think what we're seeing is across the country, jurisdictions recognizing the steps they need to take to get to a different set of results for their communities, and often creating the access is that first step.
So, just following down this line of I'm thinking out loud here, so it's outcomes. In light of everything, that has been brought up about the history of segregation, the history of redlining, and history of all this, as a city, what is the scope of kind of, the outer scope of what we should be working on. Because, as, in the law, we have actual cause and legal cause. I can rear end somebody, it's my fault because I'm on the phone or I'm chewing gum or looking in their direction. But if you trace it all the way back, you can also blame my mother for giving birth to me, or my grandmother for giving birth to her. Therefore, I never would have been born to never rear-ended this person. But there is this kind of limit you place on wrongdoing, or a limit on harm. And so, in the context of the city of San Jose, recognizing that we were not HUD and we were not whatever, what is the outer limit here?
Well, so in 2003, City of Seattle was having this conversation, driven by community pressure, saying that we need to be taking this on. And it was a similar discussion, what can we do as a single city? And not coincidentally, the city attorney there said there's some limitations on what we can do because of, we can't talk about race. And now that city attorney is an active partner in that work, and what was one city is now 200, right? And the 200 just reflects those who have taken the commitment, not the dozens or scores who are now asking these questions, who we think will be in there. Just as an aside, we have a membership meeting each year, and last year in Albuquerque was an amazing meeting with 420 people from around the country. My last email I got officially as a member of the staff was they're going over 800, 900 people there this year, and they're trying to figure out how to accommodate the growth. So this is movement. This is what movement is, right? Someone asked the question that has to be asked, and people take steps. So when you ask, what can the city of San Jose do? My answer is everything possible. And as a consequence, you do start to change the national conversation. Most movements that are successful in this country don't start at the federal level, they start on the ground in communities. And so I think this conversation today has been amazing because it's the entire range of perspectives we often see. It is the work that's been happening behind the scenes. It is, are we on the same page? This is exactly the struggle you need to be in. And I would just encourage you to lean into it because failing forward is a kind of progress we need right now as opposed to hesitance because we know what will happen if we don't act.
So then, last question. As a policymaker, I feel there's a certain tension in kind of meeting people where they're at, meeting communities where they're at, addressing the needs that they face in the moment, and then relieving them of the tension of, let's language access, for instance. Let's use that as an example. My family's Vietnamese. We came here, I'm all for language access. I think we have to do that. But to the extent that we make San Jose so accessible, multilingual, it kind of releases the pressure of, let's say, well, let's go take an English class. Well, we don't need it. We're in San Jose. We can do everything in Vietnamese. We can let's, for instance, right? There's a tension there. So how do we, and then there's also this additional question of we as a council deciding what is the best public policy outcome. People say the Mediterranean diet is the best diet. It's the most healthy, you'll live longest off it, right? Asian people, Vietnamese people eat a lot of rice. In Vietnam, you biked a lot, you're out in the fields a lot, there's a lot of physical activity. Here, we're more sedentary, and so, Asian health outcomes, the rice, the glucose, there's more danger for diabetes or whatever, right? So, for the council to say, or the council, but for us, for instance, to say, hey, let's wean Vietnamese people off rice, or we go, oh, no, they're going to be eating rice, they're going to be more susceptible to diabetes, let's just prepare them, more access to better health care or something.
Well, so with the negative hour I have to respond to that highly complex question, I mean, what I'd say is this, when we get to that place where we're parsing around those kinds of issues, I welcome those debates. Mm-hmm. But the reality is there's some fundamental barriers to people of color participating fully in our society that we haven't addressed yet. And that is really what this work is about, and creating the space to figure out some of those nuances you're talking about. So I think the conversation you're having right now, the pushing the envelope, asking insightful questions is exactly what you need to be doing as a body, empowering your administration to execute programs more effectively, being in dialogue about policy. These are all the right conversations, and you will position yourself better to answer some of those more complex, nuanced things as you go forward. The last thing I'll say is, yes, a lot of people are uncomfortable having this conversation because we've been socialized not to talk about race, right? And that is an effective tool to continue to perpetuate inequity. The best way to address that is to talk about race. and to eliminate the discomfort and have the discomfort be about the results that we're talking about here, not about the notion of having that conversation. And I think that's literally the work that's in front of you today.
All right, thank you. I guess I'll just end by saying, you know, the community has asked the council to lean in, and I'm trying to keep an open mind and lean in. I would just say to the community and my colleagues as well, lean in as well, and if we're focusing on a process and creating a process, we need to see where the process takes us. And that means not coming into the process as a justification that, you know, equity is were we more equitable as a city, this outcome would have happened, justifying the outcome that we wanted coming into our preconceived notions of what San Jose should be and needs to be. If we're going to create a process, let's, you know, go through it and let things fall where they may and try to build the best San Jose we can. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Depp. I'm seeing here as I think it's a good assumption that I'm the only person who actually grew up in a red line neighborhood when it was actually legal to do that. And so this obviously hits close to home in terms of my support of this initiative. But I wanted to just ask a couple of quick questions. One is, again, going back to outcomes. You know, we talked about King County and we talked about Madison, and they talked about their initiatives, but I didn't hear anything about outcomes, how they were moving the needle and making lives better. And that's what this is really all about. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think there's kind of 3 generations of this work. City of Seattle's been at it the longest now for about 15 years. I think that there are cities like Portland and the Twin Cities and Madison have been at it for 7 or 8 years, and now there's, in the last 3 to 5 years, a lot of folks who have stepped into it. And so we're just starting to see in specific programs some moving of the needle on those. No surprise, right? We had 400 years of structural racism, and in 3 to 5 years, we're expecting the needles to reverse. It's not going to happen. But what we do see is trend lines that show us that when we actually lead with equity in these ways, in these programs, they start to produce different results. It's highly complex, and so multiple factors have to be addressed. I would actually recommend, if you, as a point of resource for the council, we can send you guys some studies or some actual reports on some of the work that's been done and some of the things that are coming out of it, to your point about having that data, because it might be insightful to you to where you want to prioritize making some policy choices, where you want to lean into this work if you're not going to lean into it at everything all at the same time. So I think we can get you some pieces that kind of explore those. The folks who are on the team know from experience that we have an active portal where people are sharing the results from their work, and that's another resource. We can probably find some access for you there. But we're institutional transformation work is not easy, and there's no shying. There's no shortcut to doing it the right way. We just have better tools at doing it more effectively, more directly than we did 10 or 15 years ago.
So it's still too early in the process or the initiative to really come up with some hard quantifiable data to say, okay.
I wouldn't say it's too early to come up with some hard quantifiable data. I'd say some particular efforts have yielded that. I don't think you're seeing trend lines across the breadth of entire jurisdictions shifting in the space of 3 to 4 years. But there are, where people are leaning in, you're starting to see some progress. And so I think that, and that's how we use the data and information, is to say, okay, it looks like this is actually helping. Let's really continue to refine that process. And so that message that comes from the OGs saying, don't take as long as we did to figure this out, is that message of saying, here are some practices and approaches we know will start to yield results. You start with these. Don't experiment as much as we did getting started.
Great, fantastic. And Dwayne, thank you very much, and also go Bears. So throw that out. Yes. Oh, yes, go ahead.
I just want to make one last comment, Mr. City Manager. So if you would please indicate, is staff coming back with a policy recommendation, next steps, a timeline? I know that we saw a presentation of what needs to happen, but I haven't heard yet what will happen.
Yeah, so I think we're not trying to be vague about this. I think as I said, we're going to take our cues from today's session. Just to remind you, the next step in the budget process is the March budget message. And so that's our opportunity to get clarity on what we're doing. And so what I heard from the mayor is he intends to include language in that message. That message comes to the council for approval. Mm-hmm. And that sets the direction to the administration for what the budget is going to look like. So it's a pivotal time for us. And I do think it's the appropriate place for that conversation. So there shouldn't be any ambiguity about kind of how this plays out. we are taking our cues from today, the budget message, and then ultimately, I'm required to put forward a proposed budget on May 1st. So that's the process, and we intend and are committed to putting forward that work in a way that hopefully we all get an agreement on what that looks like.
Good.
I have a follow-up question to that. So you said that the mayor is going to submit in his budget message his recommendations for this?
Yeah. Well, I think that's what he told us today. He was very clear about that. I'm just sharing the process. The budget process is a shared process.
No, but that's a budget process. Yeah. That's not the equity conversation process. I don't know that one is the same as the other. If we haven't clarified what our objectives are, how would the mayor address that if we haven't even heard from our community? You haven't even heard from me. You haven't heard from any one of us in terms of really solidifying what are our objectives with this. I don't understand how he would come up with the answers all by himself.
So I don't think that's what we talked about. I think what we talked about is it's hard for us to detach this conversation from the budget process. If we're truly committed to doing this work, we're going to need to resource this work. We're going to need to have a plan to do this work. And for us, it is impossible to detach that from the budget process. And that's really the process that we're going to look to solidify our commitment to doing this work.
I would say that this is just, the budget is just one of the mechanisms to figuring out how this is going to get done. But we can't surpass all of these steps that have been outlined for us, beginning with what are our desired results. I don't know that he's going to be able to speak to my desired results because we haven't had that discussion here.
Yeah, so I think the framework that we went over today, it's not the holistic approach on how to approach equity. It's the framework as we tee up decisions, how we recommend something to you, how we make programmatic changes within a department, or how we propose things through a budget for you. So it's an individual way of analyzing those things. I think what the city manager is stating and what the mayor stated was he absolutely intends to include something in his budget message to resource taking the next step. The next step for us is to put that work program together and have that conversation, I think, amongst ourselves and with you on what are those areas of focus, what are the departments, the intended outcomes. But again, that work needs to be resourced, and that would happen in the budget process.
Got it. Okay.
And if I could, Councilman, so I think, I'll just go ahead and go out on a limb, see today's session as a positive sign around some consensus being built. That's the way I'm taking today. So I think the cues from today are extremely positive. If the council is unable to reach some sort of consensus around this, we plan to continue our capacity building process, and we can do that under my purview. Where I do need help from the council is how do we take this out into the community? How do we integrate this into our processes and our procedures and our policy making? That is something that we do need consensus on and is super important to us.
Yeah, I agree with you, City Manager, and I think that it's important for us to figure out. I don't want to have money thrown at something and have a fund, an equity fund, or what have you. So thank you for clarifying. I think this would be the next step in terms of taking this whole process and moving it forward. I'm afraid that what I was hearing is that this, we would have a budget somehow just equity inserted every other word or something, and now it becomes a budget that has equity in it. But has not been vetted by our community, has not been vetted by any one of us up here yet, because we're at the beginning of this conversation, and so I feel like it's a little too quick, and we're putting the cart before the horse. But I'm going to trust in that you are leading us into these conversations, and that you are going to make sure that we're folding in policies into how we look at equity, and not just having budget line items that are going to be programmatic based. And I don't want to undo what Councilmember Carrasco was saying about having the difference between those classes, but that's a policy issue. It's not just a programmatic issue, it's a policy issue. It's how we, how we decide where programs and services are. And that somehow got produced at somebody's policy level, right? I don't know where, but those are the types of policies that we need to go back and take a look at and see and undo. How did those get done? Or how did those decisions get made? And how can we make sure that we undo them so that way they're not continuing to cause some inadvertent impact? Thank you.
All right.
I think I have my button has been put on for a while.
Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. So I actually wanted to add to my colleagues. Well, my button has been pushed. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I figured that's why I stepped in. Yeah, tech issues. And so I wanted to add to my colleagues' comment, and thank you, Dave, for going out on the limb, because this is not up to the mayor, right? This is not up to a budget message. And we have been talking about this in terms of a citywide need, in terms of existing city budgets and existing city policies, and putting some equity into how we do that. Because the reality is that, whether it's recently or a long time ago, some parts of the city have had disproportionate impacts, and that's just a fact. And we have data on that, especially where the biggest determination of health is the zip code, right? That's well known throughout our county and our state. And so this purpose of the study session was to provide feedback, and my feedback is this is something that needs to be led out of the city manager's office. Some of us have also been speaking up about the fact that it needs to be adequately resourced at every level, and it's more than just a mayor's budget message. So thank you for saying that, and I hope that you hear that and we move forward in that manner. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Thank you, Dwayne and Zoma and Angel and Lee for your presentation and all this good information. And the meeting is adjourned.